What is going on, everyone? And thank you so much for stopping in tonight. I know there's a few other shows going on, so definitely appreciate everyone popping in tonight to check out this live stream. Um, as we wrap up 2024, as I shared in my posts and things like that, I'm trying to highlight people that I've seen online that have had either something special about their collection or just their eye. Um, Posting and sharing maybe some pairs you don't always see. And this gentleman here goes by Big Macadocious. And let me tell you, when he kind of popped up as one of my suggested people to look at, and I was seeing some of the posts, and it was taking me back to the 80s and 90s era, which is when I grew up. So I'm seeing a lot of pairs I had in middle school and high school, and I'm just like, dude, this is crazy. And they're wearable, they're restorable, they're original. He knows the history. The guy is phenomenal. So in light of that, I'm going to bring him on. But for tonight, I wanted to make sure we repped and brought us back to the old school a little bit. So I went with the old school Mars Blackman shirt. And I've got one more piece. If you guys saw my Sneaker Hunter broadcast, so we're gonna rock the vintage flight jacket tonight as we go back into the time capsule of the 80s and 90s. And I'm about to bring up our guest for tonight. Here we go. This is Big Macadocious. My friend, welcome. Thank you so much.
Super badass sweater jacket, man. That's mad dope, dude. That's cool, man. That's cool. That looks awesome.
Appreciate it. Like I said, man, thank you so much for helping me wrap up the year. And again, sharing with everyone this phenomenal collection. A lot of the guys that I roll with and that we all talk to grew up in this same era. So I'm super excited to read the comments and the questions, because I guarantee you guys are going to be like, oh shit, I had that in middle school, I had that in high school, I had a different colorway. I remember seeing, KG playing that. I remember seeing Kid playing that. Like the amount of history and what you've got in the archives is just phenomenal. So thank you for taking some time tonight to share that with us.
Well, thank you, man. I appreciate you having me on here, and thank you for showing interest in my collection. Yeah, man, just it's a blessing. Thank you so much.
Of course. So one of the things, kind of curious, when you first got drawn into the vintage, well, at the time it's probably just sneakers, not so much vintage sneakers, but sneakers.
Yeah.
Was there a specific silhouette at the time that kind of caught you first, and you were just like, I'm hooked, or was it just the era in general?
Well, um, I don't know how far you want me to go back, but I mean, it's well,
This is you, buddy. You can go back as far as you want.
yeah. Well, um, before anything, if you could just give me just one minute of something real quick, I want to give a
Sure,
shout
of
out
course,
to my people
of
and
course, of
to
course.
my crew, and then I'm gonna get back to get to
Yeah,
that.
absolutely,
I really
absolutely,
just
absolutely.
want to just start this conversation off with I couldn't be where I'm at with certain shoes if it wasn't for these particular people that I talk with, and it's a lot of these shoes that I have. It's a daily day thing that I search, but the main thing is it's that when we talk about a sneaker community, these are the people who I'm talking about. And I feel so honored, like somebody like yourself, Area 13, that you have me on, and then we're gonna have this conversation for you letting me express and give my history on this. But if there's anything that I could do that these to give people their flowers is the
Of course.
people who I really talk to almost on a day-to-day basis. And if I missed your name, trust me, it's not intentional. But for me, if I could just say the one that has is one of my now at this age, I'm 45, that has inspired me to just be on my A game all the time. I'm gonna give it out to Revenge. Big shout out to my brother. Like me and him, we talk almost on a daily basis, and I want to say that
He
I
is in the
hold him
chat.
dear to
So
my heart.
Revenge, salutes. Thank you for coming
Yeah,
out
man,
tonight.
Revenge
Appreciate
is
it, man.
like We'll get to talk about how I got to know him, because there's a lot of things that are in there of my collection and how I got started. But just the most genuine, most talented person that I know, from a sneaker collector to an artist to just a genuine person to just down to earth individual, man. So I can't speak any, like, I don't know how to speak more high volumes of this guy. Much love to him. Professor Skula, I can we all know him, and
Yeah, absolutely.
Skula is one of my biggest inspirations as well. If he grows, we grow, and if he makes it in the big leagues, it feels like we made it with him. So big shout out to Skula, and leaders of retro as well, because he's trying to promote his brand. If anybody loves Nikes, Professor Skula is the man. He's the takedown king on all this stuff. And then,
Yeah.
Terrence Keller. Terrence Keller's my boy. Big shout out to him and all his collections. I hope that one day you can interview him. Terrence Keller is like, he has an amazing collection. My Kicks is Holy.
Absolutely.
My Kicks is Holy is my dog. Just like Terrence Keller, he's my brother. My Kicks is Holy is my bro. He is he's super super cool dude.
And real
And
quick,
he has an
Terrence is
amazing
in the chat.
collection.
Salutes, Terrence. Thank you so
Yeah,
much for coming through.
Terrence
Appreciate
Keller,
it.
man. Love you, dog. And my Kicks is Holy. He's an amazing cat as well. We're always he's a funny guy. We're always giving each other, shoes all the time, and just getting this feedback is amazing. Cole Saab, love that guy. He's one of we talk on a daily basis as well. He's an amazing kid, and he hopefully one day you could see his collection. This guy has a room. It's a room. It's an amazing room. Like, he has things that they don't belong in somebody's eyes. It's like, it's crazy with the shoes that he got, but I hope one day he gets to show his stuff, man. And Profi 215, what up, Philly? That's my hermano. And V1, we all know him as V. He comes out in Retro Talk Forum, so shout out to Black as well in Retro Talk Forum. Soul to Soul, I think you know who he is, Seth.
Yep.
Soul to
Yep.
Soul is my flowers to that guy. He's one of the super coolest guys that I know. And Sneaker Preservation Society, I have something that these sneakers I will never get rid of because of him. And Sneaker Preservation Society is so dope for like this what I got. Um, and then Aaron Cooper, I wouldn't have these things if it wasn't for Aaron Cooper as well. Mr. Aaron Cooper, thank you so much for all the things that you have done, and my sneaker collection wouldn't be where it's at if it wasn't for you. So a lot of these holy grails is because of your imagination, and I'm not saying that there wasn't any other people, but my preference is Aaron Cooper, and and I have what he has new with Equalizer as well. So I'm I'm not I don't only collect new stuff, but I collect some of his new stuff, and I'm super excited to show you that. And then Andre the Shoe God, that's my dog, that's my boy. He's amazing. So if you guys don't know, just check him out. Super knowledgeable. And then Fu Manchu, he helps me out with a lot of my Reebok projects. He's amazing. This guy knows his stuff. Fu Manchu, and then Kicks Reason. Kicks Reason is another guy in the Reebok community, and his name is Have Some Fucking Respect. He's a Reebok guru. He used to be an actor as well, so it's almost like if I was getting to meet an actor. He's a super chill, cool guy. Ayo Johnny Boy, he's a local here in Denver. Ayo Johnny Boy has amazing collection. Big shout out to Ayo Johnny Boy, man. That's my dog as well. And Carl Canine from England, my dog. That guy has amazing artwork. He has something in store for me, so I'm super grateful for the work that he's gonna do. He's gonna do a piece for me, and I can't wait till I receive that all the way from England. Restore Kicks is where I get my kicks from. Who restores them for me? So Restore
Mhm.
Kicks, he's been the one who's been coming up strong with restoring a lot of these shoes that I have and that I'm going to show you, and he has helped me out a lot with this. So a lot of these projects wouldn't be available if it wasn't for him. Fabe, Fabe, that he's another avid collector, and Big Amaro Malik. So that's my dog. That's my boy. Ascension Black Queen. She's the owner of Two Dimensional Clothing. Give a go. Black Queen, she's amazing. She has her own brand, and she's an avid sneaker collector as well. DJ Skip from California, from Pomona. We've been chopping it up together, and we come to find out we were almost neighbors. So what are the
Really?
odds that? Yeah,
So
yeah.
awesome.
So big shout out
Wow.
to him. You know, if my boy Robert Melendez is on here looking at it, that's my best friend from junior high. But it felt so much like I was talking to my best friend because like he collects sneakers and he does music. DJ Monte Carlo, super
Mm,
amazing guy, super
yes.
super duper amazing fella, man. Cannot speak any more high volumes of that guy. That guy's amazing. And Lamar, he's from Lamar Clothing. He's another avid sneaker collector here in Denver. If you want to cop his merch, check out his thing. This is from Lamar Clothing. Kick Street Podcast, Bobby Kicks and Goatee. They were the first ones to let me hop on. I can only keep showing more appreciation to those guys. They're the best. And then Jason Reinhardt, Pennsylvania. That guy is amazing. If you guys don't know him, please check him out. Mickey the Bull and Abstractory. Those are the two guys that are best as well, man. So I'm done. Thank you so much.
All right. I know now we're going to start some shoes, but I do want to go real quick to the roll call because people are piling in, and I want to make sure too. Listen, a
Yep.
lot of the guys too that he gave shout outs to, um, please, it's free to support everyone. So, sub to the YouTube,
Yep.
follow them on Instagram and stuff like that. Like it is free to support these guys and help get these collections and these amazing guys out more into the community so people can see what they're all about. And so who we got? And then we'll go real quick. Mr. Sheridan. Good evening, my brother. How are you? We got Mr. Old School in the building. Mo salutes. How's it going, brother? Foam 509. Rojo in the building. Sneaker Hunter, let's go. Salutes. Thank you so much for coming out. Got Will. What's going on? My last guest, So Much Soul. Thank you so much. Again, if you missed his episode, please. Amazing P Rod collection. I think we got through maybe 1/8 of his collection. If I might be stretching on that. There's a lot that he did not show. So we're going to need to do episodes 2, 3, and 4 with him, but go check that out. Thank you, Soul, for coming through. Revenge is in the building. Thank you. Terrence, salutes. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. I appreciate it. DH Kicks. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you. C Wilk, another fellow size 13. Salutes. Thank you, man, for coming out. Appreciate it. OG Brian in the building. OG, salutes. Cameron, what's up, man? How you doing tonight? Thank you so much. Hello, Crack the Dawn. What's going on?
Paulo Crack the Don. That's the name. That's a cool name.
Eagles fans, thank you so much. I know you're a busy guy. I appreciate you coming through tonight.
Appreciate you, man.
Bulldog, salutes, brother.
Good evening.
Influence, appreciate you coming through, brother. Thank you so much. All right. So, I guess we'll circle back to, like I said, it's completely up to you how far back you would like to go.
Cool.
But like I said, I don't know. For example, for me, it was walking into school, 7th grade. My buddy had on white cement 4s, 1989. And I was just like, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen on foot. I've never seen anything like it. And from then on, like I always made, sneaker contact before eye contact kind of thing, right?
Okay, I get you.
So was there a specific like silhouette or a sneaker or something like that when you first saw it, you were like, wow, like that's whether you got it or not at the time, but I mean, just something that kind of clicked with you, like,
yeah. So in the shoes where I was like my remembrance of being raised, there's a certain age, like they say that the kid remembers, right? So the time that I remembered was I've always been in love with shoes, but in the 80s being raised in Hollywood. Hey, what up, man? What's up, 100 Village? So I was like raised in Hollywood, so the diversity was pretty big. So I lived like on Franklin Ave, close to Griffin Park. So the diversity was so big with like non-brand shoes. So I started off with non-brand shoes. I started off with
Uh-huh.
like high tech, Brutinis, Riddle, and things like that. So one of the ones that, not to say that this model brought me into it, but it was kind of like the start of what a brand was, and then what it took me to was like Riddle. So
Okay.
Riddle is, if we all know, is a Riddle is a is a big like sportswear. You know, they used to make helmets, or I'm not too sure they still do, but this is a Riddle sneaker. It's a sports sneaker right here. So one of the things that I love about it is like the stitching, right? So like the logos back then were like a big thing, and these are still wearable, super wearable. These are from 1980 plus, man. So this is
Wow.
something that breaks me back because having a Riddle shoe back in the day, especially in Hollywood, was like you're wearing something flashy when it's not.
Right.
It's not a flashy thing, but it was back in the day because it's a sport shoe. So this is something that I'm trying to go back to the essence of like what has been lost. So Riddle was something that I used to wear a lot as a kid. Wear a lot of like going back to it, like high tech Brutini, and there was this one pair that I sent out to my boy Revenge, which is they're called Panthers. Panthers also used to use the logo of Reebok, that flag, and you could see that the Panthers look almost like some Trainer Max, and the only thing difference is like it doesn't have a Nike swoosh. It has like this like wave, like almost like a hook, and that was a big thing. My mom used to work at a sneaker store or a shoe store, and she would bring us what they had there, and we would wear it. We never questioned it. We just wore it. After that, um, what made me then feel like I had a top-notch shoe, and then that's when I became a 49ers fan. It was the street hike that Joe Montana used to sponsor.
Yeah.
And big shout out to Revenge. He has actually a green and a red pair, still wearable, the best. And my pair was the the dark brown with the black. And as a matter of fact, like you know how the mesh on the Air Jordan, I think the fours, you know, it has those little squares like on the sides.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's how the LA Gear street hikes, they had that on the sides. So that was my first
Cool.
ever that I was like, I'm sleeping with these guys. You know what I'm saying? Like I slept with them. Like this was my first expensive. That was the first time I ever had a like a like a it was leather but suede, like a furry leather. It was just amazing. It was like I had never seen anything like that. It was the low tops. I really wish I had the high tops, but that was my first where it's like I can't go back. Like screw Riddle, screw Brutini, screw high tech. I'm going with LA Gear now. And that's what started it really all, like LA Gears. LA Gears started everything from there. And I want to bring something up that in my day living in Hollywood, I never saw Jordans. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I like maybe they were there, but I don't have any, like I don't remember them. I remember more like Adidas high tops and the Reebok high tops and the pumps, the LA
Hmm.
Gears, the Brutinis, the Riddles, the British Knights, the the troops. You know, that's what was like in these mom and pop swap meets that I would go that we will go to. We were like we lived on the corner of Franklin, and I can't remember that street. I used to live really close by Griffin Park, but that street that will go up to Griffin Park, that street was just back in the day full of mom and pop, you know, shoe stores. And what up, Sneaker Hunt? Thank you, man. Appreciate you. And I just don't, I can't relate. I have Jordans, but I really can't relate to them. I don't know if that makes sense because
Oh yeah,
it's no
absolutely.
hate, no nothing. It's just I don't remember them because I remember other shoes. Like I remember when I first saw Adidas, I was like, dude, what is up with that heel? Like it was so thick. You
Right.
know, it was just so big. And then Wilson used to make shoes. Spalding, you know, like my mom used to work at a store called Thrifties before it was Rite Aid.
Mm,
So
okay.
Thrifty store used to sell PF Flyers, used to sell Spalding, Wilson's, High Tech, and that's what my mom used to bring. Also, after she left the shoe store, she would bring us shoes from there. I mean, a lot of these shoes didn't have any grip. I mean, you were sliding in the rain, but you know what I'm saying? But that's what I like identify with something that not everybody was wearing, and it wasn't because I wanted to be different. It's just that's what mom and dad used to bring to us, and it was we never we loved it, honestly. Um, from there, from LA Gears, then that's when I ended up seeing the the British Knights.
Mm-hmm.
British Knights to
I
me is
remember
like
that
one of
commercial.
those
I still
shoes.
remember seeing the commercials all the time on TV when I was a kid.
Yeah, yeah. You want to see some cool British Knights? I'm not lying. If you I'm not sponsoring nobody, but the app called
Hey, give
Tubi.
whoever you want, give a shout out. I don't care. I'm
Okay,
fine with
well,
it.
the app called Tubi has New York Undercover. If you want to see some old school '90s like streetwear, go to Tubi and watch the show New York Undercover. All seasons are there. You're gonna just reminisce like this is what I remember. And in that show, they're wearing British Knights. They're wearing the like they're wearing all kinds of old school kicks. They're wearing like the Timberlands. These are undercover cops with like just swag, and they had these this shoe that man, I can't remember if they're the Vengeance, but I have them. Now, this funny story is that I was looking for this. So big shout out to Inspector Check. Inspector Check was somebody who also is an avid sneaker collector. So also he's served this time in the in the military. So big shout out to him. Thank you for your service. So he was like, "No way you got this. How did you get them?" So funny story is I was looking for the white pair for this pair that I'm going to show you. I saw this pair when I was 13 years old. Forgot about it. Just forgot about it. And I remembered about this shoe about a couple months ago. And I started, doing my research on a daily basis. Every day I wake up and it's like, boom. Like I make fun of Revenge because it's like the Undertaker just wakes up and starts searching. And and I started searching and searching and searching, and I saw a black pair. And there's an app called Whatnot, and I didn't know about this app, so I researched the app. This lady, big shout out to her. I don't know who she is, but I saw her on YouTube, and she says, "If you use my promo code, you'll get $15 off." So, okay, so I followed her instructions, got her promo code. Shoes were worth $15. Got the shoes for free. So, so I want to show you something.
Absolutely.
So they came in a box. This person was selling them for $15 because they said there was a slit. So this is the original box, British Knights, and these are Vengeance. Yeah, these are the Vengeance. You can see it still has everything on there.
Oh wow.
Vengeance. These are, if you want to be taken back, I'm gonna take you guys back to memory lane right now. Um,
Mr. Sheridan said that's a
this is pretty
win-win in my
cool.
book.
Look at that. This is the logo, original logo, still in good shape, right? We all know that Dimacell, their technology. This is a heavy ass shoe, man. This is all rubber. Look at this.
Oh wow.
This is the cut that they were talking about. This. That's why they sold them for $15, and with the promo code for free. What do you want? Like, what more do you want?
My God.
So the stitching on the tongue still impeccable. The little British Knight logo that we all come to love. This is one whole piece. This is a heavy shoe, like this super heavy. Like it's there. It's no it's not like what? How can I say it? Like different sections, like other soles. Like you got the sole, you got the
There's no
midsole. You know what I'm
outsole
saying?
and
Some other
midsole.
stuff.
It's all one.
Yeah,
It's all just one
yeah.
piece.
If you look at it, it's all one piece that has just been painted on, right? So this
Wow.
is something that it's one of those things where searching pays off. Where you're like at 2 in the morning, you're like, what is going on with my life? And then you find this. So these are still wearable. Um, I wore them
That's what I
one
was gonna
full
say.
day.
Like, it's crazy how everything is like in a time capsule. Like, it's
Yeah.
crazy
Look at
how
these
some pairs
small little details.
will just completely disintegrate, and then others are just wow.
Yeah, man. So this is something that it's like, man, I can't believe I found this. Like, and I was searching for the white pair, and these came up, and the black pair just took me away. This is a lovely piece of leather suede right there. So it's just these little details, like just how much fabric, just to make this shoe, that mesh. Then this is the different leather from this one. It's that they used like real good leather back in the day with these
Hmm.
British Knights. Um, from British Knights, unfortunately, we moved from Hollywood and we went then, shout out to like I said to my boy DJ, you know, DJ Skip. So the thing was that in Baldwin Park, that's where we ended up moving San Gabriel around San Gabriel Valley, Pomona and El Monte. Um, you couldn't wear that. You couldn't wear no British Knights. It was I don't know if you know about that, but in the early
Hmm.
'90s or mid '90s, um, British Knights, because it had initials, they represented, you know, uh, what's the word I want to say without sounding like I'm gonna mix up the information. Um, Disrespect to other gang territories.
Gotcha.
Just
Okay.
like so, British Knight stood for blood killers. So Crips would use that, and then
Oh wow.
Calvin Klein would be the CK would be Crip killers. So the Bloods would use that. So
Wow.
in San Gabriel Valley, it was. I mean, in Baldwin Park, it was really like that, and you needed to be careful with what you wore. So British Knights, I remember I had a running shoe that my mom just threw them away because she was like, I heard in the news, and parents paranoid with all the right. She threw away my British Knight running shoes that look a little bit like the running shoes of Reeboks. So that was the last time I ever heard of British Knights ever in my life.
Fat
There
boy
you see,
kicks
Fat Boy
salute.
Kicks,
He
so
remembers that.
yeah,
Payne
so
salutes. He said facts. I knew this. I knew. And again, thank you so much for taking the time tonight, because I can't get through all these comments, how quickly they're actually coming
mhm.
up. But not only are you bringing up nostalgia, but you're bringing up the history. And like I said, so many people remember this, and none of this is even has ever shown anymore on YouTube. So I appreciate it for sure, taking us
Yeah,
back
no
to
worries.
history lesson. Absolutely.
Yeah, so we couldn't wear that stuff, so then it's like, well, where do we go from here, right? I was in junior high by that time. It was like 1993 or 94. No, it had to be 93 because that's when I worked my first summer. I worked my first summer because there was this girl. She was like a tomboy that lived in front of our house, and if if some of my friends are watching from that are from San Gabriel Valley, I used to live in front of the school called Baldwin Park High School off of Dexter Street, and there was this girl that used to live in front of our house. She was a tomboy. She had the best like swag that I have ever seen in my life. She like this girl, her parents would buy her like the top notch, like the top of the notch of every fucking like sneaker. Air Missions, Jordans, the Diamond Turfs, and just it was to me it was like, ooh, like what is this? Like what is like I was so accustomed to like Hollywood, like dress how you feel.
Right.
And that's when I fell in love with the Diamond Turfs, which I am super excited that they're coming out this January. I am super excited because the last time I owned a pair of Diamond Turfs, it was this moment. Like I worked the summer to own that pair when Foot Locker had layaways where you would give them like $20
Right.
and
Yeah.
then they just put the shoe away. And I would show up like every week, like I would work summers with my uncle, and he would give me like $50 to work him to help him out all day. I would just give him like $25 or $5, $10. And I remember the guy from Foot Locker was like, "You're really gonna buy these, man?" I was like, "Yeah, hell yeah!" It's like I'm gonna get these. So that was the first shoe that I ever owned, ever. That I mean, well, not owned, that I bought with my money that I worked, quote unquote, the summer for. I really can't remember how much they cost, but for me, it was a lot of money because I was always broke, just like giving that money away. And
Hmm.
one of the best investments I have ever made as a kid. So that's why I'm super excited with these diamond turfs because they hold a special place in my heart. That I seen somebody wear them, I want them, and I need them, and I gotta have them. And then I think from there is where it all started, like the '90s genre. That to me, I consider the best genre of like innovation, imagination, creativity, technology. That's when it all started, the love for that, and I'm just bringing it back to myself at my age of 45.
We appreciate that, and like I said, we're definitely excited to see what you've decided to pick from the collection tonight to share.
Yeah, of course. So I want to show you a couple of just some of these nostalgic things, but I want to show you something real quick that I want to just get out of the way.
Sure.
This is a turf shoe that I just barely found out, and I want to get out of the way because I don't have many of those, the Reebok. So this is a '90s Reebok, and this Reebok is called the Reebok Juke. I want to give a big shout out to Fu Manchu because he helped me out a lot. Like I said, there's Reebok enthusiasts, and these people, they know about their stuff. But I have something special about the shoe. Big shout out to Revenge. He's the one who sent it to me, and I was pretty blown away. I didn't know I was like, what is this? Like, what the heck is this? So the Reebok Juke, um, back in the day, was supposed to come out with a DMX. Sorry, let me put these lasers away. Was supposed to come out with a DMX sole. This doesn't have a DMX sole. This has a sole from another shoe called the Juggernaut. So this is the DMX. I mean, this is the Juke. Um, this is a shoe that I just found out. I was taking out the insole and come to find out it's a one of one. I didn't know that.
What?
This was like some sort of what's the word I want to use? Like a project. So they weren't like this was supposed to be DMX, the with the bubbles, and it's not. And there's a a note underneath the the insole that gives all that information out on both of the shoes. And there's no tag on the toe tag. There is really not toe tag on the tongue tag. There's no indication that this was for the public. So this is something that I'm keeping forever as well. It's one of those things that you could find a juke, but you're going to find a juke that has the DMX. And just be aware, DMX tends to deteriorate, but I do have a solution for you, so stay tuned. So this is the sole
One
from
on one,
a different
everyone.
shoe,
That's
which is called the
ridiculous.
Juggernaut.
Wow.
Okay.
So that'd
And
be
then
that'd
this
be to
guy,
them kind of like well, I guess a Reebok sample pair, right? Or
there you go.
yeah.
Sample. I just sometimes I get tongue tied with what I want to say, but thank you, appreciate it. So that, and
Absolutely.
then
Wow.
so we all know the preseason. This is my preseason. This is all this one. I had to save it. I had to. It's like those old commercials. Like if you want to save somebody, just deposit 50 cents. I was like, I needed to save the shoe. Um, this shoe, the whole plastic came off. It was broken. It was done. So I had the strap, and I went out of my way to say, I'm gonna fix this. So what I did was, if anybody wants to know, I put a rivet with a loop, the same thing here, just to match it. And this is the way they look. So if you guys, this used to have the pump, but it's no more. It's done. So there's projects for this. My wife knows how to sew. So big shout out to my wife Leslie and my daughter Zoe. So my wife's going to be doing something here where we already have a couple of tags that are Reebok tags that are going to be put on here, just to make it look as vintage as possible. But there is always a solution for something that you feel like that's it, it's done. You can always just put that with some rivets at your local leather shop, and you can wear them. They're good. You don't have to throw stuff away. So this is another one. This is one of my babies. Um, I got my Reeboks right here. These we all know these. We can compare them to some of the up tempos. Give me a sec here.
Sure.
This is a beauty because just how to make a shoe fun, right? Just make it fun. And how can you make a kid happy? Give them one of these so they get connected on here, and you just pump away, man. And yeah, so this is one of these shacks, the Reeboks, and this one goes crazy because it almost looks like one of the up tempos. I think it's the 94s, and yeah, man, I love this shoe because this just brings me back in the day. Now I don't know if you remember, but back in the day, correct me if I'm wrong, they used to use a pistol with a little bit of air, with some air cylinders, and you would connect it and it would just inflate it. So you
Oh,
would have to buy yourself like
like
these
the
little.
Insta pumps, the Insta pump.
Yeah, there you go, like that.
Yep.
But this guy, I think, came after, and maybe they were using they got worn out. But like, you get this, you pump it there, and it actually inflates just on the top, nothing on the heel, just up here. Super comfortable shoe, super dope. Just brings back some nostalgic feel of like what it was to just let somebody do what they need to do and make a shoe fun. Just make it fun, make it somebody so that they could feel like they're special. Um, this one is something that I just found. Um, oh, I got it right here. Nick Van Exel. So big shout out to Kicks Reason or Reason Kicks. He's a guru in the Reebok. He has the pair. So these are the Reebok Chill. Um, these are we all know who Nick Van Exel is. He used to play for the Lakers as well, but Nick Van Exel used to be a killer. So this is something that he used to wear. This shoe was made for him, and yeah, this is one of them ones that I just came across, and it's one of those things where you just can't let it slide. You gotta just get it. They say you just gotta get it. It's something that you could just tell that it's not made today. The leather is that thick quality leather. You could just even tell like how thick this leather is. Like it's high quality stuff. This is the type of material that just doesn't deteriorate. So there's certain shoes that you can still wear, and all they need is just some regluing. But this is a holy grail of mine that
Well, I'm
you don't
sure
get to
too.
see as
That's
often.
something that everyone is seeing when you're sharing these pairs is just the quality. Like there's nothing. We see so many pairs now that are older that are just completely deteriorated or not
Yep.
preserved. These, I mean, they're time capsules. Every single one is either been
Yeah.
preserved
So
right or at least been handled with care for sure.
they have their little scuffs here and there, but I want you all to know something that just because something isn't what it looks like originally, man. This type of now I don't know if it would be suede or nubuck, but this type of stuff that crumbles off, it's not the end of the world. It truly isn't. It's not the end of the world. I want to show you something that I want to give everybody, like just a chance to realize what you could do. So these are the axioms, right? So the axioms, these used to be a dark blue. It used to be this. Now, can you see how it's all light and fuzzy?
Hmm.
So this fuzziness is just when you take off that nubuck or durabuck, you take it off, and now it becomes like a fuzzy material. You could paint over that any color you wish, and it actually gives it a different style of look, and it looks great. People, if you could just see the bright side of things, where it's like it's not the end of the world if this stuff crumbles off. Just give it a second chance, do what you got to do with what you got, and trust me, it's gonna work out. So this is not the end of the world for these guys. I mean, the suede up here is still in pristine condition. It's just glue. These need to be re-glued, but I'm gonna repaint this to the dark blue that needs to be like this, and this is gonna be wearable again. I'm gonna be using these, and it's fine. It's I think some people just get overwhelmed and think that it needs to stay original, and I get that, but some shoes, they just need that attention, kind of like a old forgotten car. Is all they need is just that TLC and they're good to go. Um, Another one that I got, another Reebok. This would be my last Reebok. Um, it's the Hertz.
Eagles fans made a good point. He said it's the most Reeboks he's ever seen pulled without showing an Iverson.
Yeah, I used to have I used to have Iverson. But something about Reebok nowadays where Reeboks fit a lot smaller. So if I'm an 11 and I get an 11, it fits like a 10 and a half. So I haven't really had much luck with Reeboks. I don't know. I just it seems that old school Reeboks go true to size compared to like some of the new Reeboks. But this is my last wearable Reebok. I have a project of a Reebok that I already bought a donor sole for, but this is one of my favorite pairs. Super unique. The Hertz. Um, there's I think the blue and black, the black and white, and then this guy. So if there's another pair, another colorway, please correct me if I'm wrong. But I need to collect that blue and black and the black with white. But this is such. Every time I wear this is like people are always asking, like, what the heck is that? It's just such a unique shoe. So love this pair. Um, and my last one is this guy, but this is the donor that I have a donor for this coming in. So this is the Reebok Lightning. Um, I know that a lot of basketball and NBA players, used to wear it, but the one that I always remember before Michael Jordan has always been Clyde Drexler. I've always been a Clyde Drexler fan, so this is who I remember wearing these, and this is something that look at the quality of the leather. It's almost like what do you call that? Ostrich type of
Looks like
or
he had an
alligator
ostrich
print.
or a croc or something like that. Alligator, yeah.
Yeah, so these are the things that I'm talking about. Like back in the day, they used to use like some high quality leather, and the stitching is just amazing. So I already got a donor for this. DMX donors, depending on what it is, how it's shaped, but this specific shoe, you could right now go to Reebok and buy the Reebok DMX 6. The Reebok DMX 6 has the same shape of DMX that you could put into your insole. I'm going to be making a video of that soon. I just bought them. I should be getting those in 2 days, and I'm going to gut that brand new shoe out so I could make these wearable. So it's an investment, but what more do I want than to see this shoe back on the pavement again? So that's all that I got for Reeboks. Everything else is going to be pretty much Nike. Um, is there anything that you would like for me to start off, or you have any questions?
No, I don't. The chat is loving all this Reebok love. I'm not sure if the chat has any questions as of yet.
Yeah.
Um, Terrence
Yep.
saying Reebok has
Terrence
some.
Keller. Yep. Terrence Keller has amazing Reeboks. He has some gems as well. He has some gems.
Frank Thomas has some dope colors. Yes, he did. Absolutely. Mr. Sheridan.
Mr. Sheridan, thank you.
Soul Swap
Thank you so much.
Restoration
So
is a
much.
different level of awesome. All right, we got a question for you. What is your favorite Reebok?
Oh my God, man. Oh my God.
And I'll
Terrence,
follow up
help
with
me out
and
with
do
this
you
one.
and do
Which is
you own it? And do you own
huh?
it if you have one?
No, no. I just spoke with Terrence about this. It has these. It's a turf shoe. Terrence has it, and I know my Kicks is Holy has it. It's a turf shoe, and this turf shoe has the Reebok letters on the side, and they're like almost like in the three-dimensional, and it has a strap. I just can't remember. So, if Terrence, if you're there, help me out with this one. We spoke about this with me and you were like talking on a live video. That
Terrence,
is
you
an
using his
amazing shoe.
lifeline.
My
Please
kicks
help him out.
My kicks is holy just bought himself the black pair and the white pair. The white pair is so crazy. The white pair has with the gold and light blue letters, and the like it just looks like a shade. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like it just looks three-dimensional, and it's just so amazing. Let me see. I know I have that shoe on here. Give me a sec, but I know I have that shoe. I want to make sure that I don't leave you guys stranded with this. Um, because that's a shoe that I've been wanting for a minute, and I found it in a size, but it was a small size that fit my boy on my kicks is holy. And where are you at, man?
Terrence said the Reebok Impact.
There you go. That's it. The Reebok Impact. If
All
any of
right.
you have a Reebok Impact size 11 and a half, talk to me. The Reebok Impact, man. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful shoe. It's like one of my I love NBA shoes, but turf shoes are just so tough. Like turf shoes is just they just, I don't know, man. They're so like you could kick down a door. Like I don't know what I they're just so tough, man. I love them turf shoes. So the Reebok Impact is even though I love my collection, but the Reebok Impact is just top notch, man. If you guys have a chance to see that shoe, it's an amazing shoe. It's a forgotten gem. I did get my wife those preseason that I've been getting my wife into some sneaker collection, so I got my wife the preseason this year. Um, super dope. I'm glad that Reebok is bringing back some old school classics. If you guys didn't know, these shoes 2 weeks ago were $35, dude. $35. They were on
Wow.
sale.
Crazy.
So, but they're gone now. I think there's only like a size 7 in men, size 9 in women, I think. I'm not too sure, but yeah, there's only just one specific size that you could find. And I try to get these for myself, but it's all good, man. It's all good.
Uh,
Yeah, it is, man. It is.
Nick said the
Preseason.
preseasons.
Yep.
Shack
There you go. The
Attacks.
Shack Attacks. Those are the ones that I got. These right here. Shack Attacks. I think these are the fours. But yeah.
That's what also said. We're rocking that White Sox jersey back in the day, Mr. Sheridan. Very cool.
Big Sheesh, Mr. Old School.
Well, yeah, if you want to share, kind of go down that Nike,
Yeah.
trip down
Yeah. So
Nike memory lane, absolutely.
of course. So then now if we're talking about like some of my shoes that I remember as an infant, not as an infant, but as a kid, like I said, for me, I think the era of '90s with Mr. Aaron Cooper in there, like it is, and the other team members of that were in the '90s. But for me, Mr. Aaron Cooper has always been like one of the top notch. So what I'm gonna bring now is some turf shoes, and
Uh-huh.
because that's also like the least that I have in Nike, and then the rest are more like NBA. Um, so I want to show you guys. Well, here you go. So this I got these. They're the Stoves. So these is one of my favorite shoes to wear. So this is such a cool shoe because um it's meant to play, like in the field. It's a shoe almost like it's meant to get beat up. These are the Stoves, and I want to show you guys like these are almost still brand new. Unfortunately, the logo is done, but it's all good. The beauty of this shoe is that it has a double, so these red wings right here, these red wings, it goes intertwined with the lacing where it actually hugs your shoe like inside like that. And these shoes go almost with everything. I cannot express it enough. This shoe goes almost with everything. You want to look G'd up, this. You want to look nice, these go great with jeans, with whatever pants, with sweats. It's just something that's awesome to just hold. The stitching is crazy amazing. So this shoe is meant for you to wear it and beat it up. So I'm not surprised that these have lasted this long. So I have this pair, but I also have another pair with the red swoosh. So with
Wow.
the red
Okay.
swoosh, and the inside is also red. So this is another pair. And I'm telling you guys, if you guys ask yourselves like how do you get this, you have to search every day. Every day. You wake up, search. You go to the pooper, search. You go to work, you have 5 minutes, search. You kiss your wife hello, search. You hug your kids, say goodnight, search. It's like this is the only way. I got this and the other one for $15 each. So you gotta search. If you don't search on a daily basis, you won't find anything. But this is another one still in great condition. So also the logo came off, but this is another one. I'm telling you, man, these go crazy with whatever drip you want to wear. These are amazing. So this is a good turf shoe that I find that it just resembles the old school between the late 90s and the late 80s, early 90s. So I love this shoe. Um, and then
What's neat is that dual lace system that you're talking about. It reminds me almost of an
yep,
early Hirachi, Nike Hirachi phase. You know what I'm saying?
yep,
Where the Hirachi was like the inner sock that hugged the
yep.
foot.
I see what you're
And
saying.
like that's almost
Yep.
the pre.
Once you lace this up, it is so difficult to take off. But I'm telling you, they're on there for lifeies. Like it's just so difficult to take off those inner two like sheets of leather because it's not no like weak stuff. It's like leather that just wraps around the inside of your arch. It lifts your foot up, like as a matter of fact, and it just feels so comfortable when you wear these. Like if you want support, this is it. But let me mind you that the way that these shoes actually were supposed to be worn is you have a two lace thing. You would wear it, the laces will go up to the mid, you lace it up, and then you would have a separate lacing system on here so you could wrap this part. So it was a
Hmm.
two lace type of shoe. So you would wear two laces per shoe.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So this guy, this is the closest that I got for my Diamond Turfs to support the 49ers, but I will have my Diamond Turfs pretty soon. So a lot of us know with this shoe. So um this is the closest that I will get to a Diamond Turf until January the 21st, 21st, 24th. My bad. I don't know why I'm lisping, but the 24th. So this is I don't know. For me, just the colorway is always classic, but I do like how they came up with other colorways, like the Philly one, the Philadelphia Eagles. That one's so clean. That one's so dope. But this one to me is always gonna be like my favorite one with the gold Nike check.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, so this is something that I really love. But I'm gonna add to the list, the Diamond Turfs pretty soon, and that's gonna be a good collection for me. And then we can't forget about. I'm gonna go with the last one that you guys are gonna love, but this is not the last one. This is the. I'm so glad that they did a retro of these. I'm super happy with these. I don't know if any of you were happy with the sizing. I was not because a size 11 fits tighter than a mug. But I'm so happy that I was able to get this. I really wish that this was yellow,
Hmm.
but I'm happy that we just got something. So I'm super stoked with this. This little gold thing is amazing. So I'm happy with this. And yeah, I hope to bring back some more turf shoes. I hope to bring back like something that I'm going to show you right now, which is I consider that my holy grail of turfs. So I'm gonna show you guys right real quick. Um, this is my holy grail grails of turfs. This is the Nike Pro Streak. This guy right here. I think I consider this besides the Total Bus, which is from Bettis and from the Steelers, and also the Nike Air covers and these. Consider those like holy grails of grails. Even though the covers you won't find a wearable pair, you're going to have to figure out how the heck you're going to do it because the covers have windows instead of having a solid one. It's like bubbles, like little circles. The bus, I think that has like the Duncan type of like air unit, so those could still be fixed. But this, I consider that this my holy grail grails right here, of turfs. But if you think about like how beautiful a shoe was, this is what I'm talking about. These '90s nostalgic, type of shoes where you find something and you just don't know if it's too good to be true. Like we all know the black and white pair and the black ones, which if you get your hands on one of them, man, I don't waste any time. Get them. But there's more colorways. That's the strange part. There's this navy blue. There's a green. There's an orange, and it's so rare for you to find something like this that you're like, is this even wearable? Now, mind you, if you're asking me how did I find this, I found this under basketball shoe. That's how I found it. Found it under basketball shoe, and it was for sale since October of last year for $45. So that's what I got this for. I just
Uh,
purchased, and I figured that if it was already sold, they would reimburse me my money. And kind of find out there was already a tracking number, and I got it. And I could not be any more happier. This is one of those things, like I'm telling you, like wake up in the morning, search. Kiss your wife goodbye, letting your car warm up, search. Taking a break, search.
well, you remember too, and I know we've all shared them. Back in the day, East Bay was like the Bible, but sneakers would
Yeah,
come out in almost every team's colorway. So you
yeah,
had that opportunity sometimes to get, 4 or 5 different colorways of a shoe like that. And it's great to see. And it's great to see, like you said, one of those pop up in a rare color or a color that you don't see often.
yeah, man. And big shout out to East Bay as well. That guy has been supporting me a lot. So big shout out to East Bay. If you guys don't know, go check him out. He just keeps dropping these sheets of of some of the magazines that they used to have, and you just find some rare gems from the '90s. But yeah, this is a beautiful shoe, still in pristine condition, and yeah, man, just you could just tell when something is not from this era. It's you could just tell this is a '90s shoe. But this is my grail of turf shoes. So this is my baby right here. Um, as for basketball shoes, um, so I did a couple of things where I didn't see that. Rule number one, what?
Rule number one of sneaker collecting, he put search.
Yeah, yeah, dude. Yeah, there you go. It is. It's just search. You gotta search. W- uh, I want to show you just two projects that I did, so I could get those out of the way. Oh
Sure.
no, you know what? I'm sorry. I didn't show you another turf shoe that I have that it's also a grill of mine. So if you also have these, if you find one and you find it in your size that's still wearable, I would suggest that you try to get it. But this is something that I used to see. This shoe was made for Jerry Rice, and then also um, Roy Jones Jr. used it. Also, he was promoting the shoe. But I at the time, Randy Moss was killing it, so I saw him with these even though I'm a 49ers fan, Randy Moss was just killing the game, and he was seen with these, even though he had his own line of sneakers with Jordans. So this is the Nike Air Ubiquitous. So this is something that
Cool.
we don't see as often. And this is the things where I bring where you're gonna notice a lot of the shoes that I have, they tend to have something on the side. It's like a sphere, a logo, something. And this Nike Air Ubiquitous um is wearable because I had to make it wearable. I ended up injecting the sole with a rubber liquid that could be used almost as a sole, and I have used these out at the mall on like, and they're wearable. So they're heavy as fuck, but hey man, anything to make the shoe wearable. You know what I'm saying? So this is the Nike Air Ubiquitous. So you can see like the gluing. I mean the silicone is not the best, but I had it like they already had cracked though, so it was an unexpected thing. But if I ever want to fix them, there's a huge way to fix this. So I want you guys to also hear me out. If we notice this kind of resembles a little bit what like the Nike Air Max 97. If you actually see the air unit, it got the split. There's a split here, and it's the rest. So if I get a donor, I'm gonna gut that guy out and then just put it on here. So there's a possibility of making these brand new so they can last more years. The material is made out of the stuff that doesn't crack, doesn't go bad. But this is a shoe that I hold dear to my heart, especially because this is also when I first started talking with Revenge, and Revenge helped me out with this and inspired me to just keep moving forward. So this is a holy grail of mine. Um, it is a great shoe. You don't see these often. So this is another turf shoe that we don't see it as much. Um, So then going off to starting off with some sneakers, I want to go off. I want to start with something that we know as all of us as the Indestructs. I don't have an Indestruct, but this is the closest that I'm gonna have as an Indestruct. Alonzo, and big shout out to Revenge. I copped these from him. I'm telling you, man, you need to follow him. But this is the Indestruct Penetrator, and this is the takedown of the Indestruct Alonzo or Alonzo Indestruct. And if any of you have one of those, a size 11, 11 and a half, let me know. But this is something that you don't get to see that often. This is for me a masterpiece right here. Um, this is super wearable. It's a great shoe. It's a time capsule of what NBA players used to wear. You know, like why was anybody wearing this on the field? You know what I'm saying? So that's the beauty of a lot of these shoes back in the 90s where you had one shoe and then you had a takedown. And then this is what Skula, you see, Skula's like the takedown king. So big shout out to Skula. Skula knows his shit. So if you don't like, he deserves more props. Nike, give that guy an office. But um, the Indestruct had so many takedowns, but this is one of them, and this is the closest that I have gotten to the Alonzo's. V, you know, he goes by One Handsome. He has a pair of Indestructs wearable. He has them. They go follow him. Great guy, man. Super dope. And he has a pair of the Alonzos that I'm in search for. And Kick Sigma, he has a pair as well. But this is one of my grails that yeah, I will forever hold this piece. This is a time capsule that is still wearable. It's from the 90s. It's a takedown. Takedowns are more rare than rare. Like a takedown, sometimes you can't even find the information because it's a takedown, and it just keeps going like further down and down and down, and you're like, dude, what is this crap? But this is a beautiful shoe that I will always hold dear in my heart because I got it from Revenge. So this is an awesome piece of history right here. So this is something from an Alonzo. So I want to talk also. This is one of my pride and joys that I have, which is the Nike Air Alonzo. Big shout out to Mr. Aaron Cooper. I'm pretty sure we've all seen this shoe. Um, Love this shoe. What can I say about it? You know, it got the belts. Kind of reminds me of the the I think they're called the Etonics,
Hmm.
where they had the straps on the sides. They were high tops, and there's like these metal pieces that have the 33 on both sides as well, 3 and 3. These loops, they're made out of metal, so they didn't go like cheap with this stuff. This is high quality leather stuff. So these are the only wearable Alonsos that you will find right now. And I'm gonna give you guys the secret for this. So this was my very first project that I ever did. What I did was I ended up buying a pair of FUBU sneakers from Walmart. That Revenge, thank you so much. I ended up buying a pair of FUBU sneakers from Walmart. They look like the Air Maxes. Get that Air Max, get that FUBU shoe that looks like an Air Max, gut it out, take out the air unit, and that could go in here. Okay? You just gotta Dremel a little bit on the inside. I glued the air unit inside, and then I tried to glue this whole piece together, and I failed. So this is where it comes out to. Big shout out to Restore Kicks. If you guys don't know where to go to restore your kicks, Restore Kicks gotcha. I called them frustrated, and I said, you know what, I need for you to fix my mistakes. And he ended up doing a phenomenal job. So you can see where I messed up. Like this is like these little leather pieces, the midsole, and this is just from overheating. This is like when you don't have experience. But he did a phenomenal job in putting everything back where it needs to go. He ended up cleaning my air bubble after it's been glued. He didn't even touch the air unit because he said it was solid. So this is my very first project that I said, you know what, that's gonna be my motto: putting classic sneaks on the pavement. So hashtag classic kicks on pavements. So this is my very first ever project that I ever did, and I'm very proud of this one because it was a team effort. It was something that I needed help, and I got the help, and the help was answered, and I couldn't have done this without Restore Kick. So big shout out to him. This is one of my babies. Um, it's one of those things that ended up inspiring other people, like Sneaker Preservation Society. After he saw the Alonsos, he told me, "Man, after I saw your Alonsos, I sent out my shoes." And Sneaker Preservation Society, he has like grails of tennis. You know, he's a big Agassi fan, so he confined in what we did. You know, me and Restore Kicks, and I'm glad that he went that route and he restored his kicks, and he feels super proud because he has a pair that nobody has, and they're wearable. Black from Retro Talk, he ended up repairing I think some Air Maxes, or I can't remember, but super dope. And he ended up getting those fixed. So a lot of people are starting to feel a little bit inspired after this pair. So I'm not gonna say I'm gonna take all full credit or anything like that, but it just takes a little bit just to inspire somebody to make that investment. And there's a cartoon. It's called Susie the Happy Car, something that was from Walt Disney. And I always give this comparison where Susie was just a brand new car, and this guy buys it off the lot, and then from using it, he gets married, he has kids, and he just forgets about the car, and the car he it doesn't get any maintenance, and it the car looks like from the movie Cars. It has eyeballs. The girl is a smiley face, and it was so happy when it was bought, but then from the lack of maintenance, it just kept getting forgotten until like it just got forgotten and got sent to a dumpster. And you could see in Susie's face that she's already gonna be thrown, to go get, mauled and all that stuff. And this kid shows up and finds a piece of garbage and sees a possibility in Susie. And Susie, you can see the hope that it's like they're gonna restore me. Sure enough, the kid buys the car, restores Susie, and you see Susie smiling, and she's back with four wheels, brand new motor, where she belongs. And that's the way I see these shoes, man. That's the best metaphor I could give you with this. I see these shoes as, dude, all they need is a second chance, man. Just give it a go. Like that's what they were meant for. They need to touch the floor so you can make them feel at home. I know they're not living entities, but that's the way I see it. I just see like Billy Madison telling that golf ball, go to your home. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I see this. So that's my first project. This is my second project. This is my other baby right here. This is my other baby right here, man. Like I am so proud of this. This was a huge team effort. So these is the Nike CB4. Okay, the Nike CB4 is a forgotten, skipped over gem because, as we all know, Charles Barkley was 34, right? But then when he went to the Houston Rockets, Hakeem Olajuwon was already using the 34. So Aaron Cooper had to make something happen where he ended up making it into a CB4. The CB4, if you guys have one, what you guys could do is you guys could buy yourself the Nike Way Up. The Nike Way Up is the same silhouette. The only difference with the Way Up, it has the blade that goes sideways, kind of like the pennies. It goes up like this and it goes like that, the Way Up. You could take all that out and just all you need is the midsole. You will be reusing everything that's on the CB4, which is this guy and the bottom sole. So you could keep it OG. Doesn't matter what color it is. All you got to do is just get a midsole, a donor, and that's it. Big shout out to Revenge. Me and Revenge, we we did measurements. We sent pictures. We got rulers. We got measuring tapes. And he was just like, "It's gonna fucking work." And I'm like, "Are you sure?" He's like, "Dude, it's gonna work, bro." And I was just like, "Dude, okay, cool. Well, what size? Like, can you check this?" We measured from here to here, 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 here. Like we were measuring like if we were like architects. You know, we were measuring all this stuff because this was something that hasn't been done, but I cannot take all the credit because the only credit I can take is my investment. But the time spent to try to figure this out is that's when I talk about where it becomes a let me double check, dog. Hold on, if it's a 93. This is a 96. This is a 96. Um the time that it takes is you need genuine people that want to also see you succeed with the project as well. So like when you talk with other people about this, then you know they want to because they also want to see it like is it going to be wearable, right? Is it going is this shoe going to beat the odds? And that's what it was all about with this guy. This is the only CB4 that's wearable as well. It's worth the investment. As soon as I put the shoe on, I went grocery shopping and somebody was already like, what the heck is that? I'm like, oh, you didn't know, you know, these are the CB4s and stuff, you know. But yeah, man,
One day
this is
the
one of my
Raiders will be
holy
Susie.
grails. What was that?
They said, Bulldog said, Mr. Old School, one day the Raiders will be Susie.
But this is one of those things that if you can make the investment, make it, man, make it. Just don't just there's a beauty in the mummification if you don't have a soul to use as a donor. But if you have it, try it out. Once you get it and you make it wearable, you're gonna walk like a proud dad. Like this is something that I'm super proud of, and it's just a team effort. Big shout out to Restore Kicks as well. We spoke about it. We did a video chat. I told him what I wanted, how I want it, what do I need, and what are my expectations. And he just gave me his feedback, what he's gonna do, and he went all out, man. Like he did an amazing job. You can see like his gluing technique is like pristine. I mean, this is inevitable because of the leather, right? So, but there's no soul separation at all. He repainted, this was a dark blue, and he repainted this black. So you can see like how clean he did his paint, you know, where the air unit is at. So, and then these little small details, right? Like just the stitching,
Yep.
the air logo, the CB4 on the side. Right, so this is a beauty that, and there's a Reebok like kind of similar to this one. I just don't know the name, but there's a beauty to just the architecture of this. And when you start looking at it, you could see where it all resembles a lot of Mr. Aaron Cooper's designs. Right, so this is one of my holy grails, man. Is it restore kicks is
Will we be able
restoration?
to get, yeah, if we can get, if you're able to get his link or his social, we'll throw his handle in the
Yeah,
chat.
you could look them up exactly like that. Restore Kicks all together. Don't no space, no nothing. Restore Kicks. His name is Marcus. You can find him. Um, you're gonna send him pictures, and he's gonna quote you out, and he's gonna let you know how much it's gonna cost. Oh. And then so now I go to like some of the shoes that resemble some of these NBA shoes. So like this is my LWP. So you can see how there's a huge resemblance to like right. So there's some resemblance of the LWPs, but this is another beauty that I couldn't pass along. Um what is it? Lightweight performance, right? For the LWP. And but just it's such a beautiful shoe, man. It's just a nostalgic feel of this whole of this shoe. What is there not to love about this? And these patterns, you get to see them in other models, which I'll show you here shortly. So this is the LWP flight. So the this is one of my favorite pairs. Um, they're not cheap, but there is a medium ground where you can find, okay, can I afford it and can I work with the seller? You have a difficult seller, just forget it, man. Don't keep your pride, man. Just keep your pride, dog. Like if somebody wants to sell you something, they're not going to give you a hard time. They're going to sell you because they know that when you talk to them, they're going to realize that, okay, this is going to somebody who's actually going to wear the shoe or they actually want the shoe. But somebody who's just messing around with your emotions, you don't need to like condone that, man. Keep your pride. This seller was just super easy. He sold it to me, and when I gave him the offer, and he was just like, I'll adjust the price, and as soon as I adjusted, just buy it." Sure enough, that's what he did, and it was super easy lemon squeezy, man. Like no, there was no fighting it like some other shoes and some other things that I wanted, and they just make it super difficult. You don't need to go through that whole hassle. But this is a beauty that when you wear it, it just feels so right, man. So I wanted to show you like these angles with other shoes. So this is the and now we're entering that phase that I was saying about like spheres. So this is the turbulence, right? And this is what I was telling you. When you look at
Hmm.
those grooves like this, right here, this hook, like that, and then you get them on these as well, how they're overlapped. There's always some sort of small resemblance, and then this hook in the middle, right? So these are the turbulence. This is a great shoe. This is something that Allen Iverson used to wear when he was playing with the Hoyas. So this is a great colorway, and just the stitching alone, like that silver stitching that says "Flight" on there, and then right here, the Air. That's a tight ass Air logo on there.
Those details.
Oh, and there's other takedowns. Supposedly, from what I had heard from when Soul to Soul and when he was with Kickstery and with
Hmm.
Goatee and Bobby, um, and I think Dr. Swoosh, um, he was saying that this is a takedown. Now I need to find out this was a takedown of what, because if this is a takedown, they were saying like this has to be the best takedown from any shoe, because I find it incredible that this would have to be that this is a takedown. If some of you don't know what a takedown is, I hope you do. But a takedown is just a lower shoe of what was the primary shoe. And then there's
Hmm.
takedowns of takedowns. So if you don't know about takedowns, please go check out School's video about takedowns. He goes thorough on that. But these are the spheres that I'm talking about right here, right? So I got this pair.
That tongue is crazy with the pull tab with the circle in the middle.
Yeah. And then I got this other one, right? So this one's one of my first ones. So big shout out to Revenge as well. On this one, he knew I was in search for this, so this is my very first one. Um, but you see, these are the spheres I'm talking about, and I love this. I love these little. It's almost like if you're wearing a necklace, like with your clothes. This just gives that extra little detail of a shoe that makes it just pop out different. And these are all wearable, mind you. Some of them just might need a glue job, but these are wearable. So the material that they were made out of, I just can't remember the name right now, but the material that they were made out of, it makes them, they're going to be wearable forever. So, so this guy. So going back to some more spheres, I want to show you a little bit of resemblance. So these are the Nike Air Hops. This is a turf shoe. So this is one of my pride and joys right here. Revenge has a black pair, amazing black pair. I know Terrence, I think he has the same pair. This is a dark green. You can't really see it from the light, but this is not black. This is actually dark green. But this is a super dope shoe, right? The strap, that those are the things that I love about 90 shoes, that they had the strap. So there's a football right here on the tongue. This is actually a sock inside the shoe. So that's pretty dope as well. The
Wow.
material as well, what it's made out of, reusable. Also needs just to be re-glued, but these are wearable. They don't need that right now, right? So these are the Nike Air Hop mids, and this is the sphere where I was saying, like, there was this time where it just had that. Now, if you see this, tell me it doesn't remind you a little bit of the pennies.
Looks like a penny. Yeah. Nope.
Yeah, like these, just slightly, but it doesn't have the air unit. So there was certain details that they would recycle. You know what I'm saying? So that, and then there's another one that has the same, almost the same. Well, no, not almost. It's the same sole, which is one of my favorite of the Maestros. So this is a Nike Air Hop and the Maestro threes. So the Maestro threes is these are all Aaron Cooper designs. So this is the Maestro three. We all know Nike Air Maestros, but this is a Nike Maestro three. So you can see the huge resemblance between both of them, right? Just the back is a little is different.
Yeah.
The front as well is different, but just the shape of it is almost the same, but just different uh, patterns. But this is my favorite Maestro out of all the Maestros, even though like I do like the Scottie Pippen Maestros, but this has got to be my favorite one. This is a dark green with gold, so you can see the gold Nike check mark. Um, there you go, the gold check mark inside. This is actually gold stitching, gold mesh. This is dark green. This is gold, gold, dark green.
So even that bottom looks like the pennies. Very similar.
Yeah, yeah. So it almost looks also the same as the Turbulence as well. But this is a this is a holy grail of mine that I just really love, man. It has the gold stitch also of the flight. This is little small details that gave a shoe to stand out. Um,
Hmm.
I feel that with 90s kicks that are missing with today's kicks is that you you can relate to your to your favorite athlete with what he wore. And because he was your favorite athlete, you wanted to wear what he was wearing. And shoes, even though they had some sort of similarities, not everybody liked wearing this. Maybe there was somebody wearing, some other type of Nikes, but you were able to relate with the player because of
Right.
what they were
Right.
wearing, and by you being able to relate with that player, you were able to relate with the shoe. And I feel that that's what's missing right now, being able to relate with the shoe, because a shoe is pretty much speaking of like what is your style, like what do you like to wear, like what is you. Like what
Mhm.
what are you gonna wear today? And when you start wearing certain shoes, like for my time when I was wearing it, felt like I was expressing myself with that shoe. And this is what brings that, like these nostalgic shoes. That's what brings out of me today as well, where it's like this is me. This is this shoe. This shoe is me right here. This is me if I was a shoe. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I like about my era of shoes. There was just more imagination. The quality was better. Just I don't know. The design was just more unique. So this is that one. Then the so big shout out to Sneaker Preservation Society. Um, he went out of his way. I can't thank him enough. But I got these Garnet threes. So big shout out to Sneaker Preservation Society for getting me these, man. Like I cannot thank him enough, man. Like that guy is super genuine. Um, it's one of those beauties of when you get to start to talk to people and then they trust you like with just talking with you. And Sneaker Preservation
Right.
Society trusted me with when I took my Alonzos, and he said, and if you did a great job, I'm gonna take my pair. And he pretty much just told me, it's like, this is because like I trusted you with restoring your shoes, and because you're a good guy. And just getting that feedback to me, I was like, oh my god, that's amazing, dude. Thank you so much. So this has a real high like value to me, because it's one of those things where not everybody goes out of the way to like let you know that something's available. Do you want it? I'll get it for you. Just get back at me later on whenever you can. And it was one of those times where it's like, how am I gonna say no to this guy, especially when he finds them for a for a price where it's like, dude,
A no-brainer. Yeah.
$38, like thirty
Own
eight dollars.
history.
So, and then what I do have is also a takedown, which is this guy, the Fun Police.
Oh, wow.
So this is a takedown of the Garnet threes. You can see the huge resemblance, but what we can
Mhm.
see is the midsole looks way different, right? So the midsole, there's an air unit on this guy. There's no, I mean, there's an air unit on this dude, but it's totally different, right? So there's a window, but the midsole on this guy, on the Fun Police, is based more on uh the Zoom Flight fives, supposedly, right? But this is something I'm always going to cherish and hold. And this guy, I just like it because it's just it's a crazy, it's just a crazy looking sneaker. The colorway is super dope. The sole as well, right? It contains the same pattern, so super dope. And then going back to the Zoom Flight fives, but do you mind giving me a minute or two so I could go use the restroom real quick?
Of course, of course. Oh, by all means.
It's gonna take me half a minute. Okay, I'll be right back.
No problem. Everyone, thank you so much again for spending your Saturday night with us. Hopefully, like me, you're just kind of enamored and somewhat speechless at some of these that I'm seeing and I remember from middle school, high school. It's really, really cool. Um, and again, anyone that's not already following him, it's big underscore Macadocious on Instagram. And then also, I did share in the chat um, for the restorations. It's at underscore restore kicks as well. And Shannon, thank you so much for coming out. Appreciate it. Jabez, salutes, man. Sorry I didn't catch you earlier when you came in. Appreciate you coming through tonight. And also, if you, a couple things, as we get the end of 2024 here, I'm going to get 2025 started. I've had some people send me messages. If you know of anyone that you would like to suggest that you know has an amazing collection, by all means, send me a DM. Let me know. I'm happy to reach out to anyone and have them come up here if they're. As you can see, it's not a high pressure thing or anything. You just kind of tell your story and share some share with like-minded people. So by all means, if you know of anyone for 2025, please send me a DM and love to have some other people come up and share a little bit of their collections with us. All right. Let you get back.
All right, cool, man. Hey, thank you so much, man. I was,
Yeah, no.
but yeah. So what I was showing you was with the Fun Police is that the Fun Police has this that supposedly was a just a mashup of the Garnets and the Zoom Flight Fives, supposedly because of this pattern. And I want to show you that next. That I have I have the couple that was long overdue where I finally got it. So I have this is an accomplishment for me, even though I've had these for a good minute. This has got to be one of my favorite NBA shoes, and this is the one that we all know, Jason Kidd for wearing. Um, this to me just resembles 90s, 90s all the way. I always say this funny story that, which it is true. I was um I was drinking water in the water fountain. And dude, there was a shimmering light, like it was just hitting me right in the face, and I was just like, "What the heck?" And I'm drinking water, and I look, and there was this guy right here off of the shoe that was just shining right in my face, and it was just like that magic moment, man. I was just like, "Dude, that is how could you not love this shoe?" Is and going back to like I'm saying, look, they're using the same Air logo,
Mm-hmm.
the pattern that goes up and down, just the waviness. These little I'll call them, I guess, nipples on there. But this is the very first shoe that I took to Restore Kicks. This is the very first shoe that I took to Restore Kicks that I've had these for a minute and I just needed for him to, just to reglue them. So you can see that no signs of glue anywhere. Did an amazing job, man. Like there's like this guy's professionalism is outstanding. I cannot recommend this guy much more than what I'm saying now. This guy's super amazing. Restore Kicks. Please go check them out. So this is one of my babies. I take care of this guy because I don't want nothing to scratch that sphere. So I'm knocking on wood that nothing happens like that. But I do have something way better than this, and I hope that you guys like it. But this is one of those shoes that I got two more to collect, which is the Nike Air MZ3. Doesn't matter what colorway it is, as long as it's my size. I've missed out on two pairs because they're just not my size. And the Nike Air Griffey 3 Max. Missed out on that one time, no, two times because they're just not my size. Shout out to Revenge. She has the Nike Air Griffey 3s. Super badass shoe. But this one is one of those that I just needed to, out of the three that I needed so I could be tranquil. So I just got two more. But this is it right here. This is my grail of grails right here. Love this shoe. This colorway is just beast. I love this shoe. This is my one of my favorite, like, I don't know, and maybe this is like just out of all of them, my favorite shoe out of all of them. Just beautiful, beautiful colorway. You can't go wrong with just simplicity of just three colors.
colorways, Connor.
This is such like I love this shoe. Like I don't know how you cannot love this, man. This is Revenge actually has the same color but in leather. So dude, that one is super dope, super badass. But yeah, this is when I came across these, it was an instinct like I need them. That's it, like no debating. I'm gonna get them. But this has got to be like my favorite shoe out of all of them. There's just something so special about this silhouette that that's just crazy. It's good. And you could also see a huge difference between the wave pattern from the original 96 to the white ones. I'm gonna show you that real quick. There is a difference. This one's a lot more sharp compared to this guy. So I don't know if you can see that, right? So the black one looks like a lot pointier, a lot more sharp where the sphere is at. The sphere is actually even a little more oval, more pointier. So there is a slight, like change, but trying to keep it, to the original is good, but just something about the black with the blue and the white is way better. But still, these are, I think for me, these two colorways are the best colorways of this model. There's so many of them that you could get. I think the Nike used to have the Nike ID, and you were able to choose your own colorway. But these two are probably the best colorways out there for the specific model. I don't know what your opinion is on that. What do you think?
Personally, I'm going with the black pair out of those two
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
For sure. Like you said, it just screams that era.
So also the another another shoe that we all know more school of wearing, but this I've had these already for a minute. Are these guys the Dunkins, right? So there's something that I've just been holding for a long time, but they're still wearable. Love these guys. I just been holding on to them for a good minute, but love these guys. They hold a special place in my heart. Um, the crazy thing is that you could find these already. Not to say I'm not saying for you to go out there, but you could already find these in reps. And I really don't understand why Nike just is not pulling the trigger instead of letting these rep departments or stores to just beat them to the punch when they could already be making these retroing them once again. If reps are making them, then that should already speak something to you that we probably need to start retroing these instead of people having to buy these as reps. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Mhm.
this is such a unique shoe that not everybody likes. When they see you, they're like, "What the heck is that?" But I think these are amazing. I love these. Um, when I first got them, I was just holding them off because I just got them because I love them. Like I like them, but I didn't know what to wear with them. I don't know if that makes sense. It's just a shoe where it's like you could appreciate it for what it is, but you don't know what to wear with it. It's like, what am I gonna wear with this guy? So I just never had the
Exactly.
heart to get rid of them. And this is something that just I've had for a minute, and I'm not gonna get rid of these, at all. I've thought about it. Revenge could even quote me on this when I was like, how much do you think I get for these? And I thought about it after talking with him, and kind of got a peace of mind. It's like, I'm gonna regret later that I got rid of something that I'm just I'm just gonna get rid of it because I haven't been able to wear it with something, and you know it just holds dear to my heart. Some things are just not worth the money. So
Yeah, no,
this
all
is something
three.
that I really enjoy.
Those, the black pair, and then a friend of mine also has that blue, that photo blue, I think
Yeah.
it was called, the blue
Yeah.
pair. All three
Hmm.
colorways are phenomenal.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of
Yeah.
people
A
wear the
lot of
black
people are.
pair. Easy to match, obviously.
Yeah. A lot of people consider the white pair like a holy grail. I know Revenge has a pair of the white, and the white pair is really hard to come by. But
It
yeah, these
is.
are still a nice pair. Um, yeah, these are super dope. Um, and then not too many people can can it's just a weird shoe because it doesn't have any shoelaces, but people like them, but not too many people want to wear them. This is a shoe that I've liked since I was a kid. It's just a full strap shoe. It's the Carnivores. So Carnivores are just another shoe that just brings you back to the essence again.
Hmm.
You know what was '90s. This is not an original '90s one. This is a retro, but still, these shoes were so beat. Um, the my other one has a scratch on it right here. I don't care. I gave these shoes a second chance, but these shoes were so beat. All they needed was a little bit of mink oil. I mean, a wash, mink oil to rehydrate them, and that's it. And I wear these at least like twice a month. So this is one of those shoes that I just it brings me back to my childhood days where it was the best time. It was
Yeah.
such a great era like for shoes. Like something I think there was also like what was it? A there was a sign of carnivores and I forgot what it said on there, but they were making a big deal because of the sponsoring of the carnivores. If somebody knows what it was, let me know. But supposedly it caused like some disturbance with people because of what the sign said about the carnivores. But
Oh,
these shoes to me just represent my era. Just the innovation, the colors. This type of like green was such a big thing, you know, in the early '90s and the mid '90s. So this is something that I really hold dear to my heart. Love this shoe. Just the purple. Purple was a big thing, you know, and you know with the Phoenix and all the Charles Barkleys and things like that. I want those to match up with the Ray Allen jerseys. Okay, cool, cool. So these,
I
and then I
know
got.
a couple of guys actually in the chat that have those. That I mean, that is a great shoe, and it's iconic. It really is. If
mm,
you know, you know, as far as that shoe.
So with these, I like you know a lot of people like certain shoes to be low tops, but for me it's always been high tops. I mean, there are certain shoes that look super awesome in lows, like Schooler just got the Versatiles. The Versatiles look badass. The Versatiles is almost just like a drop down of like some up temples with the way up midsole. So those do look super dope and mids and being low tops. But for me, I've always been a more of a fan of a high top sneaker, a mid or a high top. And these two that I have, well, I have three, but I'm only going to show you two colorways. These two that I have, I love these because it's giving you the full experience of what supposedly a NBA player used to wear back in the day. So we all know this shoe. We all know which one it is. It's the Unlimited, right? Um, so let me put this right here. So I just love all these like these straps, man.
I haven't seen that shoe in forever.
Yeah, man. This is to me one of those shoes that is just so many so many straps on here, but that's what makes it fun. You know, it's like make the shoe fun to wear and just use it and have a great time with the shoe. And this is one of them ones where also David Robinson and come to find out that David Robinson, this was in his signature shoe. Um, there's a video that Skula made. It's called "Ruin Your Childhood," which he tells you if you didn't know the you know these shoes didn't belong to this shoe, you know, and to this player, and he goes thorough with that and kind of find out that this shoe was not uh meant for David Robinson. It's not his signature shoe. Still, we all know him for wearing this shoe, and to me, you know, the general is always gonna be the one who's gonna have this shoe. But this is one of my favorite shoes. It's just the whole thing. Like I said, having fun with the shoe, wearing the straps, all that stuff, and that's that's what you want with your shoe. Having fun with it,
Hmm.
just velcroing, strapping it, putting on, loosening it, strapping it. It's just something super unique that we all know and love. right? So this guy. There's more colorways of this. I think there's the all black, and then they got like the black with like a dark gray navy. I just don't remember the colors. I know for the carnivores they got the 49ers colorway. They got all white, all black as well. But there's more colorways of the unlimited and of the carnivores of this. Um, Not everybody likes this high top, but for me, I prefer high top. Everybody likes the the low top or the mid, but for me, it's high top all the way. The Nike Air Max 2 Strong. Um, I'm never gonna get rid of the shoe, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because this is a CB94 midsole. So if this top portion goes bad, I mean, if this air sole goes bad, I'll just buy a CB94 and I'll just put it back. I'll put it on there. I'm never gonna get rid of this top portion. I'm always gonna use this guy. I mean that's there's no reason into wanting to get rid of the shoe when I can always sole swap. This is the same sole of a CB94, but for me this is super dope. It has the strap on the side to give you that heel support, just like the Unlimiteds, and then it has a strap on the side. It's an extra sock liner inside, right? So it's just an extra sock liner. The mids don't have this guy. So if you really want to make
Mm.
this into a mid, all you gotta do is just rip this guy out. But I don't recommend it. I'm not don't follow me. Don't shoot the messenger. Right? Facts. They do need to retro this. This is such a tough sneaker. This shoe, you when you put it on, it just exudes respect. Like honestly, it's when they ask me like what if they just say if the world was ending, knock on wood, if the world was ending, what shoe would you take? I always say this guy. This shoe, I say this because this shoe looks like I could just like cross kick a line and take off. Like this is such a tough looking sneaker. Like with these teeth on the side right here. It's just a tough looking shoe. And then with the strap, just how can you not like it, dude? And then it goes almost with everything. So this is my favorite pair. So I have this guy and I have it also in a white pair. Um, I'm not too sure if that's a green teal or I'm just gonna show it. So I have these two, right? So this is
Oh,
another one as well. There's more of these. So there's a wolf gray. Hey, my boy Robert Melendez, dude, love you, dog. That's my best friend. I know him since junior high. Me and him been through so much. And that's my best friend from junior high, man. We've been through so much together, and shout out to him and his family, Esther and his kids. He's still one of my brothers, man. I love him. And so this one right here, um, there's more colorways. So there's a wolf gray, then there's a white with black. With this, and then you got the all black, and then you got these, and then you got also the Phoenix colorway, which it has like what's the word I want to use? Like a speckle type of pattern, like in gray with the purple and the orange. But there's more colors of these, but the wolf gray is one of the main ones. Shout out to the Garden Block. Big ups to everybody on Los Angeles Street and the Garden Block in Baldwin Park, man. Shout out to everybody. Queso, uh, and Black Sea, Killer Mike, Looney, Hyper, Rapping Ron, um, Esther, everybody. Just shout out to everybody, man. Um, and RIP Tootie Boy, man. RIP Tootie Boy. And yeah, so these are my favorite pairs right here. So going to let me see. Well, another flight. I have another flight here, which is the Penny. This is one of my favorite
cool.
pairs from Aaron Cooper as well. I mean, I keep saying favorite pairs, but this is a great pair from Aaron Cooper because for me it just resembles a little bit of a Jordan, and I think it's the 12. Is it the 12? But
The
again,
Concords,
I
yeah.
tell you, man, I'm not
Yeah.
tipping because of the front.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So, but what I like is this pattern.
Yeah.
If you notice, a lot of the shoes that Aaron Cooper has, they have these little circles, right? Aaron Cooper used to get a lot of his inspiration from the ocean. So these are like bubbles, like just air bubbles. Um, and we see that a lot with a lot of his shoes. I'm trying to find another one, but we see that. Okay, so like my CB4s, right? Like that, we got those little air bubbles there. So he was a big fan of like waves and ocean and animals, stingrays and stuff like that. And like these were inspired by like the ocean as well and stingrays, right? So I love this shoe. Big shout out to V. V has an all black pair. These are called the Penny 1.0s or Penny Flight 1.0s, 1.0s, and this is one of my favorite pairs. It's really hard to find one now that's even wearable, but these you can still make them wearable. You just reglue them and you're good to go. But I love this pattern of these of this rib cage, and there's a mesh in the middle. So this is a see-through mesh. So if you're wearing a white sock, you can actually it's the light, but you can see what color sock you're wearing inside here. So this is a great shoe that also that I really enjoy. Um, Especially like when we're talking about, like I was mentioning to you, the spheres, right? And then the
Yeah.
Zoom Air. So it's a basketball with a Nike logo. It's just the imagination of all this. Then where's it at? Got these, the Nike Air winged flights as well, the winged. So this is another underrated sneaker that a lot of people just don't really don't really like as much. But to me, I just think that the pattern is just crazy because it's just like a splatter of art. Also, this also looks like the Nike Air Hawks Hawk flights is just this is where that blade, that chrome blade should be, but they made this the midsole a lot different, right? So this is another treasure of mine. But if you actually look at the front looks like the Pippin 2s. This is the same front of the Pippin 2.
Mhm.
Just the wrap is totally different on the sides. So they reused a couple of things to make a different shoe, right? So this is a great one as well. This one they need a retro. I love this one, the Nike Air Up. I'm really looking if you guys any of you have the high tops with the strap, please hit me up. I'm in search for the high top with the strap. This is a very nice looking shoe that needs to be retroed once again. Nike, do your thing. Just do your thing, Nike. Just come on, man. Like you got some haymakers, but if you do, would be great to do suede. You know, like the suede ones. The suede ones are like the top notch ones. Those are the crazy ones. We want to see that. And but yeah, old school logo right here on the side. I mean, on the tongue, the air up. So this is one of them ones that I really do enjoy. That when I wear it, is just one of it's an just an eye popper, man. People always tend to ask me what is this shoe, and we can't forget about some up tempos, right? This one, this one used to be like every baller's dream right here. Like every
Yep.
baller had this shoe. Every baller that had this shoe was thinking that they could dunk on somebody when they had this shoe. Like there was something about shoes that made you think that you were going to just be able to slam dunk on somebody. And this was one of those. You felt like if you wore this, you were gonna jump over Shaquille O'Neal. Like
That the shoe alone
I
was going to
remember,
take your game to the next level. All right.
what was this? Big Mac dish.
I
I
said that
remember
the
those.
shoe alone is going to take you to the next level.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
You know?
Just this is such a beautiful sneaker, man. Going back to like, the just these spheres, man, these spheres and these like drops, is just a it's just something that you don't see today. I know that what's the player called from the Celtics? I think his last name is Brown. He just had his own shoe and he put these type of things like on the front of his shoe, but it doesn't look right. It just doesn't look the same and it's a different brand, but this is one of those shoes that also that just goes with everything. It just speaks nostalgia. It speaks like the essence of going back to your heyday. And then, you can never go wrong with the up tempo logo. Like that's just an amazing logo. And then where's another one like that? Oh, I wanted to show you something real quick. So these right here. So these are uh, a Nike. They're called the Air Force High. This is a project that I'm doing, and I just if I could get your feedback on this, and you could let me know what kind of midsole I could use on this, that would be great. Or if any of you think that you might know, I bought these, and this is when I talk about making exceptions to the rules of what shoes do I want, what shoes would I do I get that I would repair even if the sole is crumbling. This is one of them. This is a rare shoe. We've only seen these in just in the mid 90s. Unfortunately, the material that this was made out of is that type of material that crumbles. So this is supposedly signed by John Stark, which I don't think so because I already looked up his signature. It does not look the same, but I could care less. I bought it more for the shoe. The investment is I need to now find what kind of sole can I put on there. This is called the Nike Air Force High. If any of you could give me some ideas, what sole do you guys think would go great with this shoe? I don't mind hearing suggestions. So if you guys have any suggestions on what shoe, I heard that the Commanders, um,
I
there's
said the
another
Air
one,
Command
but
Force.
the Command Force, that's what I heard that maybe those could go great with this one. So if you guys think of any models that you think could go great with this with this shoe, let me know and I'll go from there. But
It
this is
looks to
a
me, at
this
least
is
from what I can see here, it looks like that emerald, black and white. Looks like the three colors. That's where I just got that color in my head from. Was
yeah.
Command Force.
As a matter of fact, this was emerald right here, like right here,
Okay.
and then it was black with white and it's done. It was just done for. But I bought them knowing very well that that's what was going to happen. But the thing was that these shoes, you cannot find the same type of sole, so you're going to have to like Frankenstein it. But I was happy
Mhm.
with that. I was totally happy with that, especially for the price that I got these. And all it is just I'm gonna put a different sole on it, but I'm gonna make these wearable again. And this is something that you don't come across on a daily basis. So the strap goes all the way across and it comes back up and it overlaps here. So it's one of those things that it's a shoe. Chris Neely, big shout out to him. Chris Neely has the black with the blue and I think a little bit of red. He has that pair, which is all black suede, and it has a little bit of blue, I think, here or the inside, and just a smidge of red on the side. I can't remember, but he has a pair of this that are still in pristine condition. I'm not too sure if they're wearable, but Chris Neely, go follow him. He's a great guy. He has a pair of one of these. Um, Another one that I have that I'm searching for to repair, which I'm going to be doing a project of using Polytube, is this pair right here, which is the Super Cools. So the Super Cools are the same as the Super CBs. The Super CBs are from Charles Barkley. as well. And this is what I'm talking about, that Aaron Cooper adding these ports. So when I spoke with Seth from, Soul to Soul, um, he was telling me that I guess the name was going to be called the Super Cool, and then they changed it to the Super CB. So I'm not
Hmm.
too familiarized with what happened with the whole name, but these are called the Super Cools, and it's just the same model as the Super CB. The difference is like it's the logo on the tongue. So I know that Cole Saab, my boy, he has one that says, I think, Super CBs on the tongue, and these don't have anything. So that's the weird part about it. But I do love how they say air on the sides. So this is
That double
something that,
swoosh is awesome on
huh?
the other side, on the exterior side, the double swoosh, like the big swoosh and the little one
Yeah,
above it.
yeah. So there's a method to using polytube to fill this up, and that's something that I've already took pictures of. You can find it in my page, and you're gonna see my super cools with a polytube, and I'm standing on it, putting weight just to test it out. What you do is you grab polytube and you put it around, and then the middle is going to take like a sponge sheet. I think it's called EVA, and you cut it to the size, and you just fill in that middle section where the polytube is going to be around to make it look like you got an air unit. This has been done already, so it works. It's a technique. I just I need to find the right polytube, because you just cannot put polytube and think it's okay. You need to put polytube inside polytube, so it takes like different sizes, and you don't want to go too big, because then it's not going to be glued properly. So you need to find the proper polytube that's going to be the outside. Then you got to reinforce it with an extra polytube in the middle and the inside of that polytube, and you're going to reinforce that one with another polytube. So it's just keeping it so it can be reinforced so that that polytube doesn't get squished. I don't know if that makes sense.
Hmm.
But it's that, and then so going to what Aaron Cooper has been doing now with a different brand is called the Equalizer. I don't know if you heard of that brand. Have you heard of that brand?
I heard about them talk about it. The Kickstarter guys were talking about it a little bit.
Yeah. So I don't only collect, just these vintage shoes and things like that. I want to collect also, shoes that I could also support with with what's the word I want to say? With like new innovation, right? So especially if it comes from somebody like Aaron Cooper, and
Mhm.
just seeing what he has to bring with his imagination onto like the new stuff. And this is a shoe that I really liked as soon as I saw it. I think it's called the Black Stealth. And these shoes, I really like them a lot. This is from the brand Equalizer. These shoes remind me a lot of the Cheryl Swoops. I don't know if you guys know about those shoes, but the Cheryl Swoops, they had these patterns on there, and this is I think it fits great. I love this shoe. It fits awesome. Um,
Is it
they
horizontal?
just came out with a white pair, so this has to be like the newest of the new that I do have in my collection of like brand new tech. If that
Hmm.
makes sense. Like this is like what I have that I'm up to date with a new design and giving a chance to a new brand. But all because for me, like I said, I'm a big fan of Aaron Cooper. So this is to me like something special where I'm keeping up to date with what he's bringing to the table, knowing that I have a lot of his collection. So
Right.
this is
I think it still shows
you
sport.
can see that this
It's a good
whole,
looking shoe. It's a very good looking shoe.
yeah, it is. It's a real nice shoe. So these pieces of leather, I mean, they have nothing to do with this besides this front piece. Everything else, as a matter of fact, it wraps around it. like it doesn't connect anything else besides the middle piece for you to put the loops. But
Mm.
it's a great sneaker. You wear it, it feels like a sandal. Like you put it on and it just wraps on, kind of like those shoes that I showed you, those turf shoes, kind of does the same thing. So that like the stoves, the Nike stoves. So this is a great looking shoe. It feels great, like when you're walking and all that stuff. And if you need to run, this is a great shoe. Um, I am a big fan of Agazi. I don't have much of his. I don't have besides one pair. I am an avid collector of like as you know vintage stuff. So I'm super stoked that they're going to be bringing some of the Nike Air Tech challenges next year. They're bringing in two more colorways besides the hot lava. I wanted to get it, but I had my eyes on restoring some of my shoes. But this is the one that I do have from the Gazi line, which is the flares. So I love this one as well. These are shoes that I think they would do great in today's modern time.
Hmm. Absolutely.
So this is a retro of the original Nike Air Flares, but this is something that you can still find. You can still find, and the beauty of it is that if you haven't, I did have the black top with the white bottom, but the beauty of this is that if you ever want to restore an old school Nike Air Flare, you can always buy this one and use the midsole so you could restore your original pair. So these go great with a lot of things. So this is the only tennis shoes that I got. Besides that, everything else that I have now would be Jordans, and it's not so much that I don't want to show you, but we all know like what the Jordans are. The Jordan that for me has started it all is the Jordan 23, the Stealth. That's my believe it or not, that was the very first Jordan that I had ever bought in my whole entire life. I had never bought any other Jordan besides that until I bought this pair, and this is it. This is a shoe that I just love it. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I just love it. It's a shoe that I like. Not everybody. It's not for everybody's palate, but this shoe is like I've kept it for so long. But this shoe is for me the very first Air Jordan that I have ever owned in my whole entire life. And from there, I ended up buying the 19, the bread, but they just fit too small, so I gave it to a homie. And then from there, I just went off and bought some more Jordans. Um, but yeah, I mean, there's nothing really, not to say that they're not special, but there's really not much I could show you about Jordans because we all know about Jordans. But this is the very first pair that I have ever bought.
Very cool.
But besides that, man, oh, this is my newest cop. This is my most latest cop, the Nike Air Trainer.
Mm.
This is my most recent one. I think this is a beautiful colorway. So I really want to get that black with the green. But I want the one that has the mesh, not the nubuck. So I think this is a great colorway. I got something lined up, a drip for this one. So stay tuned for what I'm going to be using with this shoe. Love this guy. I think it was a great investment. Anything that you guys buy that has an air unit, anything below a 2011, be skeptical about it. A 2011 air unit, depending on how it looks, but most likely a 2010 and below, that air unit is going to be done as soon as you wear it. I just had my up tempos. They died on me, and that was like losing a loved one. Look at that. They're dead.
Oh,
Still great in great condition, and the air units they died on me both at the same time at the mall. What are the odds?
geez.
So, but that's all I got, man.
That
That's all I
was,
have.
buddy, that was no
Huh?
words. It's crazy. That was crazy. Crazy. Thank you so much.
No worries, man. Well, thank you. I think I rambled on for a long time, but thank you.
Listen, thank you so much for, like I said, sharing that a huge section of nostalgia with everyone, and um, I think the fact too, you know the history and the lineage of these shoes, and can share that with everyone. So appreciate all the knowledge. Um, it was just an honor. So I appreciate you taking that time tonight to share all that with us.
Oh man, well, you know what? Thank you for everybody. Thank you for letting me take the opportunity just to give my experience, give the shout out to everybody. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody that, Mr. Old School. Thank you, everybody just that's on here. Sneaker Hunter. Everybody, thank you so much, and thank you again for letting me shout out the people that Mo. Thank you giving me that chance to shout out the people that inspire me and that help me out through this journey, because it's if I grow, my crew grows, and it's people like you that let us show what we got. If it wasn't for people like you, how would anybody know about these shoes, right? So we can only just keep sharing and sharing and sharing, and it just as the algorithm takes over, we end up finding people like yourself that give us the opportunity to demonstrate what we got.
Yeah, and again, people just need to understand too. It's buy what you like. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
Mhm.
the big thing I think everyone learned tonight too was, like you said, if your nubuck wears out and tears or your air bubble goes, like it's not the end of the world. You don't need to throw away the shoe. And there's talented people that can fix it. There's other ways around it so the shoe is still wearable. Um, continue to give these old sneakers life they deserve. They all deserve to have their history shared and shown, and they all deserve to be worn. Mr. Old School, thank you. I appreciate that for sure. Um,
Mr. Old School, thank you so much. I appreciate you staying tuned. Yeah, I mean, to me, I think what I'm trying to do with my page, yeah, Robert Melendez is just a
search,
search
search,
on
search.
an ongoing search. With my boy Robert Melendez, I remember I was telling you about with Reeboks. I've had bad luck with Reeboks. Like it's just that they're either too small. Like I don't know why a size 11 fits me like a size 10 and a half. So I had the Wolf Reebok questions, the answers, and I was like, "Hey man, I don't want to get rid of these. I want to send them out to you." And sure enough, he was lucky. Luckily, it fit him, and I feel great that he was able to use them because I know they will go to great hands. Going back to it, I think like with my page. So what is it? Can you show us a shoe you consider a brick? Hmm. Yes. People are gonna hate
I
me
like
for
how
this.
there was some confusion and then there was conviction.
People are gonna hate me for this. I have had these for a long time. This is gonna come out of the ordinary, but I've had these for a long time. I just don't want to get rid of them because um, they're so bad, but they're so good. Uh, I just can't get rid of them. But it's these LeBrons right here, right
Oh
here,
man.
my LeBrons. What happened here? Oh, it's just all like dust. That lets you know how long I haven't worn them. These right here. These I thought I was gonna have so much fun, being out here in the mountains and things like that. No, these do not go good with anything. They do not
You
go
made
good with
JP happy.
nothing.
He loved to hit on LeBron there.
these these hurt. I don't know why I didn't feel the pain when I first got them. But when I brought them home, I was so excited. I was like, "Yeah, hell yeah, dude. I'm gonna go jogging and I'm gonna go to the mountains. This is like a tactical shoe." And dude, I had to take them off when I was in the car. I was like, I can't drive with these guys. Like they hurt so bad. But I can't get rid of them because I like the architecture of it all. That's all it is. But I just can't get rid of them. I like them, but they're no good.
Right.
I don't know what they were meant for. But yeah, so this is the sizing of a shoe. Today's okay.
Oh, he
So
said
what I was
sizing
gonna
of
go back
the
is Huh?
Shoes is not like it was back in the day.
Yeah, yeah. So what I was gonna say was um the main goal of my page, to be quite honest with you, is to give other sneakerheads, other sneaker enthusiasts, some motivation to make the investment, right? To find a solution for for the shoe that you feel is not possible to wear once again. Like that's my main goal out of my page. Like if you go to my page, you're gonna see it's gonna say classic underscore kicks underscore on kick underscore pavements. So classic kicks on pavements. So that's my main motto: putting classic kicks on pavements, right? Like putting them back on the pavement where they belong, giving shoes a second chance. It's not the end of the world. If the shoes are already messed up, dude, there's like how much more can you already do to the shoe that it's already first of all it's unwearable. The glue shot, just dismantle it, see what you could do with it, or do some investigating and see what if you could find a sole swap or see something similar like I was saying for these. What can I put on these, right? So just try to find a small solution, but also do not collect more than you could bargain. And what am I getting at with this? You don't want to collect one too many projects where you're going to keep putting the
Mm.
first project further away and then the second further away because you're already stacked up on five, six. That's my learning lesson on all this. You don't want to do that because it then is going to become a very hefty and pricey investment.
Yep. Or it's overwhelming and you don't get any done. You just,
There you go. So if you find something that you could start off on your own by taking something apart, do do your end of the share of the bargain so you could save some time. Where if you don't want to, if you want to try to glue it yourself, great. I already learned my place. I don't do it anymore because I just don't have the experience. I don't have the knowledge. It's this is what I tell people. I could take apart a motor. I just can't glue a damn shoe together. I just don't have, I could fix a Honda Civic motor for you. No, no problem. I could fix a hydraulic engine. I could weld, solder, braze. I could build you a house. Putting a shoe together, I suck. I just don't have it. I don't have the skills. There is ways, but but I know my place in the business. I do the investigating, I get parts, and then I send it off and I talk with the people that are going to restore my shoes. This is what I want. Like for instance, for this guy, so going back to this guy, this midsole, the inside of it is a lot higher than the original sole that was on here. The original sole that was on here is the type that crumbles just like what was on this guy. So
mm,
it was a different way of molding, putting that mold onto the shoe than it is putting a midsole on here. So when I you'll be able to see in my Instagram page the 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 pattern, the sequence that I did everything with pictures and videos and explaining. You could see that the shoe, the original line, that the seam was like about like this high, like that high. So I had to talk with the restorer and say, you know what, you need to like Dremel down this guy. You need to take it down as far as possible so that I don't see that seam. I don't want to see that. So if you don't tell like these sneaker restorers what you want, it's kind of like telling them, I want you to fix my car, but I want you to paint it here, paint it there. Like you need to also let them know so they could have as much feedback as possible so they could give you the results that you're looking for, right?
as much detail and instruction as you can. Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the main goal out of my page, just giving people motivation, giving people the inspiration, and to like if you like collecting sneakers, but if you want to wear them, make sure that you don't get more than what you bargained for. That you're never gonna end up fixing them if you just have one too many.
Absolutely. JC asked if you've ever been in a sneaker battle, if you ever consider being in a sneaker battle in the future.
I've never been in a sneaker battle. I've never collected to be in a battle. Um, but I mean, I don't mind it. I mean, I'm not. Uh, I I just don't know. I've never been in a sneaker. You know what? I did one. I did one with Trapping with Kicks. Trapping with Kicks. He's also a very good collector. He has some holy grails. If you don't know him, go check him out. It's called Trapping with Kicks. And Trapping with Kicks, we did one battle, and we were gonna continue doing that, but life just got in
I think
between, and he
you
had
did
these
that on
dreams of
IG,
starting
right?
that.
It was like IG. You guys did it on like IG
Yeah,
Live, right? Instagram Live. Okay, yeah, I
yeah, we
caught
did
that.
one.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, so what we did was we brought out um we wanted to bring two subjects up, like one NBA, one turf, and one just whatever sport you want it to be. It doesn't even have to be a sport. It could be like just something, like anything, like whatever you want it to be, right? So we did it one time, and when we were gonna do it again, I got caught up with work, and I was like, I'm not gonna be able to make it, man. Do you mind if we postpone it for next week? He was like, sure. And then the next week, he got a little not carried away. Time flew by because he was doing family things and things like that. So it's just like after that we just couldn't really see eye to eye because our personal life is just we wanted to focus more on that. So it's not so much that we didn't want to. It's just personal things happen, and but
Right.
still great guy, super dope, super chill, and he has a great collection. He has some amazing turfs. Like this guy has like almost all the Barclays as well. He has some. He has an incredible collection. Is there anything that you have that you consider your holy grail?
Um, yeah. I've got it right over here.
What you got?
The So this is the shoe that started off. I mean, I'm still looking for uh, the
Oh wow.
89,
Okay.
but this is the
What year is
99.
that?
This is a 99.
Original
So
99?
it's, yeah, you can see it's all
Oh.
now.
Yeah.
So you got this one,
Okay.
like you had said, all right. I also have a second pair that we midsole swapped.
Okay.
So
Nice.
this is another 99 that I've got also where I could still wear it.
Nice. Nice. That's
Yeah,
cool,
so
man.
I was fortunate to find the first one. They're both size 13s. Um,
Okay.
but I still like having this on display because, again, the other one, I put them in plastic because of what they're doing. But at the same time, it tells a story because of just the way that they're
Of course. Do
crumbling
you
and you
see
can
any
kind of just,
slight differences in between the retro and the original?
oh, definitely, definitely. Other than like the cut of the toe box and everything, but just like you had mentioned, the netting. Um,
Okay.
the netting on this older, this might be, I think the glare from the plastic is getting it. But the netting on
Okay.
these older pairs was like double layered. Like there was netting and
Okay.
then there's mesh behind the netting.
Mm-hmm.
And the newer ones, they just don't do it like that where it's separate. Um,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
so yeah, so there's definitely some differences there. But like I
I
said, it's
get you.
just it's just for me to be able to still wear the sneaker that um,
All right, cool, cool.
I'm still looking
For
for
me,
that
I have
89, looking for the OG pair, but 99 will do.
cool, cool. I do have how I think it was the three that just came out with the black cement,
Hmm.
right? So I have the one that I don't need to buy another one, but so my wife ended up fixing this for me. So I have this. This is from 2017, and I'm good with these. You know what I'm saying? But this had a tear, and I still use these guys. So this was like ripped right here big time, and the back part was ripped, and my wife ended up sewing all this. So big shout out to my wife Leslie for this. So these are like I wear pants and it covers that up, and it's like, dude, I'm good, man. I'm golden. I'm fine.
I get
So
it.
these
Love
are these are like something like, why am I gonna throw it away because I just ripped the tongue? It's like You're fine. That shows character.
I knew this was going to come when you showed that. That was Hunter. That's his. That's the shoe. He's got like so many pairs of black cement threes. You can't have enough.
Huh? No, I do have. The only thing I can say is that I will never, ever, ever support resale value ever again. And this is the only time that I will ever do that. I will not do that again. And the only reason I did is because this is my going out and about with my wife and my family, and it's like I need to dress proper. But I will never again buy another shoe like this again. No. So I will never ever again. Like that's it. That's it. I will not do it
All
again.
right.
Like this
So
is
you
as far
holding
as I
that
will
shoe?
go.
That's the new screen. That's the new screenshot for the YouTube video. Is going to be you holding the Travis.
Don't do this to me. Hold my CB4 is better, man. But like this is the last time I will ever support resale value. But I got these because these just match with everything when I want to take my family out. Like if I want to go out and about and just have a good time and dress up nice and you know what I'm saying, like look cordial. This is it.
Right.
Like, that this is it. But that's the last time I will ever support Travis Scott ever again, dude. That's it. I can't do it no more. I cannot do it no
I
more.
respect it. I
But
respect it.
I do, like I said, I do have some Jordans. I have like 11s. I have the four. I have the Muslims. Um, the Muslims are great. I think it's a great shoe, but it just gets too dirty so quick. I only wear that's my spring or summer shoe. You know, it's just one of those shoes that I just really can't do all the time because it accumulates dust so fast, and you know I want that shoe to last me a little longer than just getting it all dirty all the time. I do have my breads, which I have beat up so bad. I have repainted the toe on this guy so many times,
Cool.
but I'm done. Look at that, right? But I
There you
have
go.
painted that toe like I don't know how many times, but this is
It's the
one of
definition
my
of wear your shoes.
yeah, man.
Wear them, wear 'em.
These are my winter shoes. Like, what did you think about the Jordan shoes? These I love these, man. Not too many
I
people like
own.
them. I don't know why.
I have two pairs of Jordan twos. I mean, I I've never been. I don't want to say I've never been a fan per se. I've just never owned many
Yeah,
of
yeah,
them. You know,
yeah. This
and
is
I've
the only
seen.
two that I got.
And I'll be honest. I bought. I had a couple of colorways. I don't know if you saw on the Nike side. They did the Jordan like a 2-3. It was a low top. It was a 2 upper
Hmm.
with a 3 midsole and bottom. Super
Okay,
comfortable.
really
Looked good. Yeah.
nice. All right, nice, nice, nice. Do you have anything outside of Jordans that is something that you consider like a good Nike shoe or even another brand that is not a Jordan, something that you're like, okay, like maybe a Converse or a Reebok or anything like that that you like?
I have. I'm mainly Nike. Um, I've
Okay,
got.
I feel that.
Um, let's see if we- one of my
Oh,
favorite
would you look at that,
non-Nike sneakers. So this
dude?
is
That's a
a
nice
Reebok
colorway. That is a
Collect
nice
Collab,
colorway.
the Victory Pump.
That is super dope.
Yeah.
Like, can I see the back again? The back logo? Dude, look at that.
The XLA, yeah.
Yeah, just it looks so nice with that like that contrast of those two little what
The
are those like
suede and the blue.
like
Yeah,
octagons or
there we go.
yeah, dude, that looks super dope. That's a great touch. That's a beautiful shoe, man.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, these are. I have a lot of. So I was a huge. So middle school, high school, I played tennis. So I was.
Okay.
I always had the Agassiz. I had David Wheaton, the Pete Sampras, the Jim Couriers, like any of those. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so anytime I see these guys sharing any of the tennis shoes,
Yeah.
it sparks a little bit of nostalgia for me, man. So I'm excited,
Yeah.
like you said, the Tech's coming back next year. The that gray and pink, those
Yeah.
shoes are going to be a problem when they come out.
Oh,
Those are going to be.
definitely
Those are going to,
the hot lavas, they sold out fast.
the
The
hot
hot lava
lavas are
sold out
one of
fast, man.
my.
The resale was already up high.
I'm I'm on a panel tomorrow night on another channel for doing top five of sneakers, and I put them in my top five for the year because um, one, that shoe was iconic to me.
Yeah.
Um, and it sucked because I really wanted a pair. I had a pair, an older pair that crumbled, unfortunately, but I haven't been able to get this new pair because they sold out instantly. I'm a size
Gotcha.
13. Everybody still wants 300 plus
Yeah.
for that shoe, and I'm like, you guys are killing me. Like, I actually plan to wear it,
No, yeah, I feel
but
you, man. I feel you.
I get it. But man,
Yeah, to me for 2025, I'm really looking forward to for all the diamond turfs, the up tempos, the the techs, and I know there's more, but those I'm looking more for towards the retros.
mhm.
Um, for some reason, as of late, I've been trying to give a chance to a lot of the new shoes. Right, I am a big fan like of the Anthony Edwards. So I do like them, but is I could enjoy that shoe for what it is from afar. But
Or yeah, like it's not one you feel like you need to have in your collection, but you can definitely respect. See,
yeah,
to me, I have
um,
to put that too. To me, it's a shoe that it's definitely brought people back to Adidas, and it's definitely bringing people back
yeah,
to Adidas basketball. So much regards to that. And I know Complex made it their sneaker of the year. I don't
hmm
agree with that spot for it, but I understand
yeah,
why they did it because it has been
mhm.
it's been that shoe for that company. So I
I
get it. I don't know anyone that owns one. I know
Me
maybe
neither.
two guys that I've seen share a picture of one. I don't know if they're wearing them. I don't know if they just own it to own it per se. But I mean, I don't
Yeah,
own any, and I'm okay with that for myself. But I respect it
I,
for
I
sure.
I am looking for the Harden, the Adidas Hardens, the nines. I
Okay.
do like that silhouette. I do. There's something about it that it just for me. It's I don't know what it is. It just looks wavy. I like that whole pattern of it. So I am looking forward to those. I think the purple ones just dropped, but I had my eye on getting my DMX Lightnings repaired, so I bought the donors for that. I just needed to prioritize my projects, but I am looking forward to hopefully walking into a shoe store and I could see those in hand because some shoes look great like when you see them in pictures, but it's until you have them in hand that you're just like, this is not for me.
Right.
So
Right.
I might have high expectations for it, but maybe holding it in hand is not going to be what I expected it to be. So I'm trying to give myself that grace period of like, let me see those in person first before I even pull the plug if I want to buy them online.
Are there any? I know we touched upon a couple. Are there any sneakers that you really wish Nike would just give us back as far as one or two
Oh
silhouettes that
yeah.
you're just, you know?
Well, saddle up, partner. Here it goes. For real, I think that Nike needs to go back to nostalgia, right? I think Nike needs to feed on nostalgia because uh, even though they want to accept it or not, I think that the shoes that they're making are not meant for streetwear. They're meant for the baller. there's less ballers playing ball with shoes than there is people trying to look flashy with the shoe. And I think that's
Mhm.
where they're losing it. So for me, I think that if you go back to nostalgia, it'll be like coming to full circle. And what I mean by that is, um, I there was a time, I always give this example. There was a time when there was a Super Bowl and they brought back Missy Elliott. We all know Missy Elliott from the 90s. Like we all know
Right.
her. But when they brought her to the Super Bowl, there was young cats that were like, "Have you heard of that new star, Missy Elliott?" You know, like they thought she was a new star. So for me is if Nike were to do that, go full circle where they go back to the drawing board and bring back some old school shoes that started the wave like in the 90s,
Mhm.
people of the newer generation would think that those are new models. I think that what's happening now is it's become really lazy, to be quite honest with you. It just feels a really lazy work with Nike, and I'm really loving what Shaq is doing with Reebok, bringing back, like he has a dedication for like 90s sneakers. So I'm really digging
Mhm.
that. So Reebok is doing great things with that. Adidas is doing phenomenal work with their designs, and I just think that Nike is lagging that. So for me, I think that if I were to want to talk with somebody who works at Nike, because Nike, we all know Nike is the main one. We just know that they're the ones who had heat all the time. Um, I would tell them, it's like I would like to see a lot of a lot of takedown shoes, because some of the signature shoes, they had also great takedowns. Um,
Mhm.
Going back to what I was saying, like the versatile was a great takedown of with the same with the same midsole as the CB4, but it was an up tempo. But it just had the CB4 or the way up midsole with no air unit. Um, that there's so many shoes that you could use. Like they're actually bringing back also in 2025 the Huarache trainers, the original
Mhm.
colorway, like that. I think the gray bluish with the black. So they're bringing
Right.
back something. So something's happening where looks like they're going back to the drawing board. But I would like for them to focus on turf shoes. Turf. They don't have a signature turf shoe, I think, since Michael Vick. Like I don't remember a signature turf shoe that somebody's actually wearing right now out and about in the street.
Mm-mm.
Like, how could you not tell me that a shoe like this is not won't make it in today's modern time? Like this shoe could do so badass in today's year, in today's modern time, in different colorways. Now, I totally understand that Nike probably has lost a lot of these molds, but this shoe was made in 14, so most definitely they got the mold for this guy. I think that if Nike can invest millions of dollars in making shoes that people don't want, why not just go and actually bring some of these avid sneaker collectors like
Well, that's
Soul
like,
to Soul? Yeah, there you go, like that.
you know,
Yep,
they brought
that's a
this
beautiful
out,
shoe.
sold out. We all wanted it because what it meant at the
Yep,
time, and then we haven't
yep,
seen anything since. Like they brought out a couple
exactly.
of colorways, and that was it. You
Yeah,
know,
so I mean, it,
and that
it,
was 2 years.
I
This is from
if
22. So I mean, this is 2 years ago.
yeah, I mean, if Nike, I know that like that if that there is so many sneaker collectors that Nike can go to, like going back to like Dr. Swoosh, Soul to Soul, Revenge, Sneaker Preservation Society, Skoola,
Yeah.
Terrence, My Kick is Holy, myself, yourself. There's people who collect shoes where Nike can actually, if they lost these molds, if Nike is willing to lose millions in whatever they're making now, why not just then go and invest in these people that have these shoes and say, you know what, I'll buy this shoe off you so I can make a mold out of it. I know that, and there was this video that Soul to Soul did Kickstery, and he was talking about the alarms. The alarms were supposed to come out like in 2020 or 2021. They were supposed to make them again, and Soul
Mhm.
to Soul said something in the lines that they just dropped it because they thought that
They
they
didn't think it
weren't
would
gonna
sell.
make a profit out of it. So to me, it's like, okay, you're willing to make all these shoes for Travis Scott. Well, why not just get Travis Scott to wear one of these shoes? It's like it'll sell out immediately. Like there's marketing. I think there's just marketing issues. If they lost the molds, I totally agree. I went through this conversation with my good friend Cole Saab, where he talks about like there's some shoes that they just don't have the molds for anymore, right? That it's super
Mm.
expensive because you just got to think about it. They got to make from not only from five, but then 5.5, then 6, 6.5, and 7, 7.5. So there's so many molds that that fall into play, and that's probably the most expensive part of all of this. But then how do you explain, the rep companies that are beating you to the punch?
Right.
Like I have spoken with some of these people that do reps because I figured that if my air unit for my up tempo is gone, where can I get an air unit? So then I went to Alibaba, and then I'm talking to these Alibabas. They're like, well, why don't you send me the shoe and I can make you the shoe? I'm like, what? I just want the air unit. He's like, why would you want the air unit when I can make you the shoe? How many shoes do you want? I'm like, I don't want the shoe. I just want the air unit. Do you sell the air unit? So like, just imagine like there's a company that's saying, send me the shoe and I'll make it for you. I
Why
remember
can't Nike do
I sent the pictures of the Ubiquitous. I sent them a bunch of pictures. I was like, "Can you give me the air unit for an Air Max 97?" And they were like, "Send me the shoe and I'll make you the shoe." I was like, "That's not gonna happen. How do I know I'm not gonna get this
it?
back?"
Get this thing
You
back.
know,
Right.
I'm never gonna get it back. It's like, I'll send you some legal documentations, blah blah blah. You can sign in this and that, blah blah, and legal rights. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. Just do you have this air unit? They're like, just send us the shoe and we can make you the shoe. I'm like, yeah, I don't want to be part of any of this that is gonna track back to me that I had. Nah, it's not gonna happen,
Right.
dude. But and that's the part where it's like, how is it that a rep company is willing to just say, give me your shoe and I'll make it for you, and Nike is like, nah.
Right.
It's crazy. I just find it crazy. I find it wild. I don't know. It's just wild. It's just nasty work. Like British Knights is still on and popping. I don't know if you know that. And I sent them pictures of these, and I was like, "Hey man, I know you guys still making diamond sills. When can you make this shoe?" Like we're in the works of bringing new new models. I'm like, but you're not selling anything with these new models,
You
dude.
need to, yeah. You need to tap back into your roots a little bit so people understand that you're trying to make a comeback.
Yeah, yeah. So I think for me, if I were to try to bring back a shoe, it would be turf shoes. You know, the Pro Streaks. I'm glad they're bringing the Diamond Turfs. There's the Total Bus from I think it's Jerome Pettis from that was
Mhm.
from the Steelers. There's Nike Air Covers. Um, um, the uh, the Zoom Turfs, but those those Michael Schumachers. You know what I'm saying? Like there's so many of those that you could still bring back that are underground, and I think they would do fantastic in today's age. We just need a shoe that looks tough when you wear it. You need tough shoes that when you wear it, it just speaks like that's a shoe that just speaks for itself. I don't know how to explain it.
There's a, there's a shoe from, oh God, probably 97, 98 that I owned. It was the Nike Air Show, black and white turf shoe.
Okay.
Um, Baseball, I want to say
Derek Jeter.
it was, yes, black and white, black, white, and silver. Um,
Okay.
and I remember I bought three pairs because again, those are the times where shoes sat and you just walk into the store and get them. And I wore them to the ground three times in a row, and every time I went, they were still there. Then
Oh
that's one of
yeah.
those shoes like I wish they'd bring back, and they wouldn't. There's one pair on eBay it's like a size 8.5 that I've
Yeah.
seen, and they want like $400 for a size 8, you know. But like that's to me is a classic shoe that, you know, again, going back to that era, um, you know, it was indestructible, and it was just a great shoe for me. And it's again, it's one that's been burned into my head since the '90s. Like it's just a shoe that, um, you know, you remember, and it's. I think, like you stated, Nike needs to kind of go back, and whether it's tap into these guys that are trying to keep that history alive, um, getting out and actually talking to some of these collectors and some of these people that are all about the history, and really helping them dig into their archives. I know you mentioned Travis, and I know they tried to bring Travis back with the Mac attacks, and like, no offense, no one cared about that shit. They, to
No.
me, the Mac attack was not that was not it. Um,
No, I think there was so many shoes that they could have had gone with. And
mhm,
you know, when you think about Agazi was like the Happy Gilmore of our time. You know, like Happy Gilmore was like this guy who didn't care about like what you thought. He was just this guy who wanted to play golf, just launching the golf ball, just dressed however he
mhm.
wanted. And that's what Agazi was. Agazi was just somebody who just dressed away. Dude, this guy was doing a mullet, you know what I'm saying, with a hairband and
Long
jean
hair,
shorts,
bright
like
fluorescent colored jean shorts. Yep, and just
yeah,
crushing the game and winning.
yeah. Me as a kid, I knew who he was, and I didn't know nothing about tennis. I just didn't know anything about tennis. I just knew that this guy was a superstar. You know what I'm saying? So like to me, it's just like there's so many shoes, like the alarms, the challenge, the LWPs, the so many flares, the text. There you go.
Here's an older one.
Hmm.
Just the colors, just everything. I mean, just
Yeah, that just
beautiful.
speaks like late 80s, early 90s right there.
You know,
Because that's what those colors represent. You know, like it was just kind
this
of
is the
like
retro
what
from '08, 2008 pair,
those are dope, man.
and
Those are dope.
then
Those
nothing,
just speak
nothing
to
since.
mojo.
You know, I mean, since 2008,
But,
they haven't.
but we know then that they have the molds then,
Right.
right? They have the molds then, but they just holding it on the back burner because they just been focusing so much on whatever they have going on now, like this futuristic type of thing. They're trying to adapt to what is the future, and that's fine. That's great, but
Fine.
that should be more for the athletes.
We can keep doing 3D printed Air Max, Nikes, and that kind of stuff too. But there can still be a vault section, or you know,
Yeah,
they can still do it. They can still
and
do it,
that's what
and
I
they're
was
still gonna.
talking about. Like, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, and it's still gonna sell. Like to think that we're not gonna make the profit, they're not gonna sell for a sneaker like this. If it's for those of us that do collect, if you're gonna buy something, that, you know, we're willing to pay more probably for something that's nostalgic.
Yeah.
As long as it's made right, you know what I'm saying. I understand they're gonna tweak some. Like
Hmm.
they just re-released the Stash Air Force Ones, and they changed the bottoms, they changed some
Hmm.
materials on them on this re-release, which is fine. Give us an opportunity to own pairs that we couldn't get in the past. And I have the new releases, and they're both great. Um,
Hmm.
you know, but we're willing to pay. And both those shoes in certain sizes, I shared this the other night. They're still on this. They're still on the app. They're still on the sneakers app. Air Force
Yeah.
One and the '95. They're just sitting. And
Yeah. No, I feel you, man. I think that that the marketing is just not in the right place at the moment. Um, I think that the innovation is lacking. I think the quality of certain shoes are not the best. I think they nick and pick what they want to resell just to keep the consumer quote unquote excited.
mhm.
Um, I think that with all this money that they're losing, they are not making a negative become a positive. And going back to what I was saying about like Missy Elliott, is like if you could just make this full circle and go back to the nostalgia of what made you great, you would bring back old school shoes that people would think is something brand new. Because Skula and Revenge and Soul to Soul and these people that I talk to, they have a very valid point. It's a very small circle that knows about this. Super small circle that knows about this or or this. You know, like it's super small circle is so small that it really doesn't mean anything to Nike. We're not even talking maybe in the six in the 5 digit margin of what of who might know what these shoes are. You know, and if they do, they're people who probably just don't even have the shoe. They just remember it. So
Mhm.
how is Nike supposed to pay attention to some of us when they're paying attention more to like the bigger numbers of like what they have, selling or advertising. To them when they look at, I don't want to sound, like a Debbie Downer, but it's the truth. Like, why would they want to like listen to anybody like myself or School of Revenge or Soul to Soul, which Soul to Soul has been at Nike headquarters, but even him that goes there and probably has given his point of view, they still scratch the idea like no, and they, and I'm just assuming that Soul to Soul might be saying this. I'm not saying that that's what he did, but like I'm pretty sure that somebody like Seth, who is one of the guys who loves shoes as much as anybody, or even more, probably has brought this to their attention, and they don't care. So I could see that the minority is not going to mean anything when it comes down to like what is it that we want. I think what takes place is like an Instagram and the algorithm, and just keep tagging Nike, just keep tagging the brand, just keep tagging them over and over, because like you have in the background right now that Nike, I mean that Converse All Star in the bottom, which is Dennis Rodman, which we all know him for that. Why isn't Converse not doing that shoe? Why does Converse
Mhm.
keep doing Chuck Taylors? Like they just keep doing Chuck Taylors over and over and over. It's like you do know you have more shoes, right? You do know you have the
Right.
brand Cons that made you a great era. I think it just got worse when I think your last run was with Dwayne Wade. Like you should now go back and start from scratch. Cons is an amazing brand.
Bring us back. I think they did it. I've been about 10 years though, but didn't they redo like Larry Johnson's?
Oh yeah, yeah,
You know,
yeah. They did.
um, give us another run. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's another shoe that again because played for the Hornets. So you got blue, you got purple, and blue, purple, white, blue, purple, black.
Yeah,
Colorway was
yeah.
phenomenal. The shoes were cool. They had all that technology that we wanted. They had Velcro. They had suede. They had nubuck. They had they had the air units.
Hmm.
They had everything that you wanted. So I think you're right. I think um, all these brands kind of can do something exactly like that if they chose to.
Well, my question to you would be like, what do you think could bring back this? What do you think can make a change for us to start seeing some of these sneakers again? What do you think, or what would you do, or like what's your thought process in all this?
So um, I have a shoe here that wasn't worth here. Oh, okay. So this shoe right here
Hmm.
is is called the Nike SB Dunk Trail End.
Okay.
I still have the box, original price tag. It was on sale at outlets. I think, or even on sale now for like $80. It's probably nearly a $2,000 price tag now,
What?
and And well, if it's DS in my size, they go for $1,000 to $2,000. This
Jesus.
shoe shot up when a rapper wore it.
Oh, okay.
Travis Scott wore this shoe a few times. He
Okay.
was seen spotted. It shot the value up. It's brown, black, and white. Months later, he releases his first Air Jordan 1, same colorway, pink laces. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I think to get a long way to get to the answer. I think someone like a Travis or someone like any other person that's got some kind of clout is caught wearing an older Hirachi, a Kemp, a Flight, a whatever. That's what then gets Nike going. You know what I'm saying? Like it takes
Yep.
someone to do that. It takes someone to, and Mo did the same thing, that the money signs. As soon as they see an
Yep.
influencer or something like that that can resurge the brand, that's what it takes, and that's unfortunately how it works. So I think if they want to do that, and now granted, like you said, we're getting our Dion's. Coach Prime is back in the spotlight with what he's doing with Colorado.
Yep.
He's been, so he's getting it back. I still don't know why everybody that's not into tennis loves Agassi's shoe. I appreciate them grabbing the tech challenges and running up the resale market. That was another one that surprised me. I was hoping that I didn't see that shoe. You never know anymore. I had no
Yep.
idea that shoe was going to take off and then just kind of stay up there. Yeah, I think.
But
I
it's a
think an
good sign
influence.
though.
It is. It
It's a
is.
good sign though because it sold out fast and the
Correct.
demand for it is super high. So I'm glad they didn't waste any time in making two more colorways.
And saying right and saying, hey, we're going to go back to this colorway that hasn't been out in freaking forever. You know what I'm saying? Going to
Yeah.
that like I said, that pink and gray pair is going to be a problem. It's
Mhm.
going to sell it instantly.
And also
And,
the Air
and
Max with the huge air bubble. Have you seen that?
mhm,
There's the
yeah,
that Air Max. I just don't remember when because I'm really bad with Air Maxes. I don't collect running shoes honestly because of my foot. I'm just I don't know why. I'm 5'9" and I could wear a size 12. I got hobbit feet. I have no clue. You know what I'm saying? It's like the older I got, my foot got bigger. It's like what happened here? So it's like I'm just gonna look like I'm gonna go skiing with running shoes. You know what I'm saying? So I don't collect running shoes at all. I only have one pair, and they're like my most comfortable Sauconys. That's it. But I'm really bad with Air Max shoes. But I know that Air Max is bringing back that old school, quote unquote, big bubble, like the the big bubble. Supposedly, I've seen a couple pictures. It looks pretty good. I like it. I like it. So it looks like them, like if they're going with the Agassi, and then
mhm.
they're doing the retro of up tempos, they're doing the Deion Sanders, and now they're adding that huge air bubble onto the to the Air Max. I think uh I think that maybe Nike might be like saying, you know what, let's go back to the drawing board. But I think that with the Nike the lavas, it might have had started a spark, a flame, something to get them saying, you know what, we have all these models. We might just have to start dropping some of these old school shoes back and do some retros because the new stuff ain't selling. So let's try some old school stuff.
And I think too with they had to change it at what is it, the CEO level. They
Oh
had
yeah,
someone
that's
that
right.
So
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking too, he's probably, if he hasn't already, needed to get through the projects that were started prior to him to kind of get through that or get through whatever product before they can really, get some new ideas going. So
That is
hopefully, like I
true.
said, we see some changes.
Is do you feel that also that because I see that they you're very well knowledgeable with the Jordan brand. How do you feel with now that Jordans are sitting on shelves? What is your thought process in seeing Jordans that they're just sitting now? Because we didn't see this like three or 4 years ago, like three and a half maybe we didn't see that. We started seeing this more like 2.5 years where you started seeing like some Jordan lows, and then maybe some
Mhm.
fours, some twos, some threes, and you start seeing them actually on shelves. And now you see like those new 11s. I'm not too familiarized with the
The,
with
the,
the
the,
name
the
of the.
legend blue of Columbia's, the
There
white
you
with
go.
the baby blue. Yep.
I saw them. Like I saw them in person. I saw the cements. I saw them in person. So what do you think is happening now with the Jordan brand?
So to me, it's a beautiful thing to see these silhouettes that you got to see him play in.
Uh-huh.
For those of us that love those classic shoes, to be able to walk in and get them, or if we get them on the resale market, we're getting them near retail, sometimes below retail or just above. Like,
Hmm.
I think it's great in that sense. Um, I think too, they've pumped out so many variations, so many colorways that, and I've talked about this with some other friends too. When we used to go get a sneaker, right? You just walk in. The way you found out something came out is you walked into Foot Locker
Yep.
and it was there, right?
Yep.
Or maybe I'd see Jordan playing a game in the new color, and then a few weeks later it was at the mall.
Yep.
We know what shoes are coming out the end of 25 already.
Yeah.
We know,
Yeah.
you know what
Yep.
I'm saying? Like there's
Yeah.
no, like we know if I don't
There's
pick
no
up the shoe
surprises
that's
anymore.
dropping, if I don't know what's dropping this week, it's cool. There's a different color coming out next week of the same shoe.
Yeah.
Like I think they've really saturated certain things, like especially like Jordan ones for a while was there where there's three different variations, there's all different colorways. Then it was a Jordan 4. I think they've given the customer so many variations and options. Um, older generation like myself that saw him play, it's great because those are iconic shoes to us. The younger generation doesn't care. Um, I don't think, because again, to them it's not a nostalgic shoe. They have no
Yep.
correlation to that whatsoever. Um, and then let's be honest, Saucony, Asics, New Balance, some of these other brands are taking market share too because they've got some great shoes out there now. Nike's got some solid competition in some of um, these other brands where now the Retro 11's dropping, but four other brands are coming out with new designs or new collaborations or whatever, and they're all about $220. Person's got options now. Um, so it's hard to say. From my standpoint, like I said, I think it's good because again, I have that opportunity to pick up something from my past, so I'm okay with it. But
Hmm.
Nike, um, they need to either, you said it too, kind of refocus on their direction of what they're going to do, and if they're going to limit more pairs, redesign, get some new marketing in there. Like they really need to figure out what direction they want to go. If they want to continue to pave the way and innovate, or go down that nostalgic, because they're losing to New Balance, they're losing to some of these other brands for sure. Like I said, I've got a lot of friends that
Those,
post,
those are
my
those are
feed used
very
to only
valid
be
points.
my feed used to only be Nike, and now people
Yeah.
are sharing, J Tips collabs and Joe Fresh Goods and all these other people coming out with these, because again, these other brands are letting them go into the archive, pick out these old silhouettes, right, and giving them new life, like completely just letting them go to town with materials and colors, and I've been told that Nike is when they do collabs, they like to have a say and really not let the collaborator. I don't know if it's true or not,
Mhm.
but not really let them go as crazy sometimes as they may want. But then you see like
I see.
a Sean Witherspoon Adidas, where it's got strings coming off of it and stuff that can tear
Yeah.
away, and it's just like,
Yeah. Yeah.
super crazy. And not to say Nike doesn't occasionally do that, but a lot of them are more, seems like they're a little more safe for the most part with some of their collabs. But
All right.
that could
I don't know,
just
man.
be,
You know what?
you
You
know.
have so many valid points in all that, man. So many valid points that I didn't think about. Um, I just find it wild that restricted innovation can be a thing now. With go crazy, but we want it this way. It's
Correct.
you know.
Right.
So
Right.
I didn't think about that it could be that way. But if there was a some shoes that you would like to bring back, which one would you like to see that regardless of the brand, which ones would you like to see come make a comeback?
So I really want the Nike there are two basketball shoes from Nike, from the Force basketball era. I want the
Okay,
Force fives to come back, and the Nike Air Force
okay,
STSs to come back. Those are two classics that I had growing up that I
right,
just absolutely love. I love both of
okay,
those. And and again, they really weren't silhouettes that major athletes at the time wore.
yeah,
So to your point, you could come out with the Force Five, high, low, just like they used to with the visible air unit and all the different colors and everything. And they could think it's a brand new silhouette because it just
nobody's seen
hasn't
it,
been
right? I mean, well, not nobody's
hasn't
seen
been
it, but the new
around.
generation doesn't know about it.
Correct, correct. And the same thing with the STS. I had the black, white, and kind of like cement on the side print. That was my favorite shoe in school. I mean, I love that shoe. Um,
I get you.
oh, hold on. We got a question. What did you have on feet for Christmas? Do you
Trying to
remember?
think, man. Trying to think. So yeah, so I was having these. So these are my like just chill at home shoes. These are my Adidas. That's it. So I was just chilling
Nice.
at home with these. It's just some old school Adidas stuff that just like got done, and how these are my like just chill at home and just chill, and that's all I need to do. No, nothing much, nothing less.
Very cool.
So like
I
my
posted.
shoes that I use the most at home are the ones that are at the bottom of the bed. The ones at the bottom, like these are my dad's shoes, right? Like my Sauconys, these are my dad's shoes. But you want me to go
There
to
you go.
Safeway? Okay, I'm gonna go to King Super and go get you some ham. This is my this is my shoe. Um, there. Oh, it's snowing outside. Okay, so I'm just gonna use this because I don't want to, worry about how dirty it is. Um, we need to go get pizza. Here it is. Like it's like that. It's just the shoes that I wear like are the ones that are in the below my bed, and it's like it's time to it's just go out. You want Starbucks that underneath the bed. Those are the ones I get. But um, yeah, no, I mean I feel you on everything that you're saying. I think for me, one of the pieces that I see that's missing a lot with shoes is like is just that. Well, I mean maybe because it's me. I think that if we could give back some of that Nike ID
Mm,
for whatever shoe you want, you know, and they could fabricate it. That gives you the option of what shoe you want, and they could just make that shoe for you, and you plus you're already you might have the mold or not, but we all know that you making the shoe to the color and all that stuff that you want is going to be more expensive. But people want to make that investment because they're choosing the color, they're choosing the patterns, they're choosing. So like I know that the Zoom Flight 5s, they were on Nike ID. at some point. Why not bring
Hmm.
that back with some classic kicks? Like, we're not gonna sell this out to the public. We're not even gonna put it on the shelf. What we're gonna do is we're gonna have it in our app, and you're gonna choose what color you want, and we're gonna make it happen for you. And yes, you're gonna pay maybe $100 more, but we're gonna make it whatever you want. Why don't they bring back that Nike ID with giving the consumer the option to, if they want the shoe, they can have the shoe, and we'll make it the colorway you want. Nike ID is just restricting colorways, materials.
Hmm.
Nike ID doesn't even seem fun anymore. It just seems like, why are you giving me these options? Like, I've tried to make I tried to make a color
It's so limited.
of some shoes, and
So limited.
it just doesn't work.
Yeah. Or if they do decide to do, because I have a pair from Nike ID, an old pair of Air Force Ones, um, and they're Air Force One, and they're modeled after the Supreme set. So they've got elephant print. They
Okay.
match the Supreme set perfect. And I've seen other people do similar ones, and it's like it completely stopped with those types of materials, those patterns, which
Mm,
that's what
okay, I see what
everybody
you're saying.
wanted. That's what everyone
Yeah,
wanted. I mean, you can't
yeah,
do,
yeah.
can't do elephant print anymore. You can't do these things that they're giving. I don't know. Um,
But people are complaining about also like the new elephant print on the new black cements. So
oh yeah,
they're not
absolutely.
happy with the new elephant print. They're like, this elephant print with the old elephant print as I did. Now it's like, okay, so we're giving you the shoe, but now you're nitpicking, like it doesn't look like the elephant print. And then they're putting two shoes together, and yes, they don't look like from the same sheets of elephant print. They look from two different. So I think that when you give people what they want, sometimes they are not happy either.
They don't even know what they want sometimes, other
Yeah.
than
No, no, no. I totally agree. I totally agree with you on that, because I think, like, if I would want something, that doesn't mean somebody else wants it, right? Like, just because I want a shoe to be made, that doesn't mean that somebody else is gonna feel the same way about it. And this is the part where I think that where they're lacking is trying to, like, experimenting, like how they did with those hot lavas. They probably made just a certain amount of that, where they maybe didn't lose that much money, where they could do the same thing, like hit the raffle, and if you get them, great, and if you don't, okay, you lost. But as long as the company knows that, we sold out, people like it. Let's do another batch, like how they're doing now for 2025. So I think that if they could do that with other models and say, you know what, let's drop some pro streaks and some turf shoes, not just the Deion Sanders. Let's go ahead and drop some pro streaks and see how people feel, and let's drop it on the sneakers app, and let's just make a small batch and see what people say. And if it sells out, okay, let's make a different colorway. And if it sells out, okay, then we know we got something here.
Mhm.
But I feel that they are focusing a lot more on trying to keep the Jordan brands alive as much as possible, where I think they're losing money more with the Jordan brand than they are losing with. Well, no, I think they're just losing money in general with the Jordan brand and the and the new models. I'm just kidding, flat out
Yeah.
honest. What did you say?
Sneaker Hunter wants to know, since you dropped an Undertaker reference earlier in the beginning, are you into wrestling?
I used to be a lot into wrestling. I want to show you guys something real quick.
Uh oh. Uh oh. For those that haven't left.
No, no, no. Hold on. I got something. I just want to show you guys something. So,
No, no,
big
that's what
shout
I'm
out
saying.
to.
I'm saying this is what they get for
Oh,
sticking around.
so this is one of my favorite wrestlers right here, Razor Ramon,
You guys are.
right here,
Oh,
the bad guy. Look at that, oozing machismo, man. What more do you want, man? Scott Hall, look at that, dude.
fire. That's crazy.
It's one of my favorite shirts, man. This when I was a kid, um, I didn't know anything about wrestling until like I just woke up one day on a Sunday, 12 p.m. in Hollywood, and all of a sudden I just heard, "Ooh, what a rush!" And I was like, "What the hell is it?" And then the Legion of Doom came out. I was like, "Who are
Yes.
these guys?" And I was just like so amazed. And so as a kid, I've always liked wrestling, but then after the what can I say? What to say?
Yeah, me and Mr. Old School
So
hyped with that true.
yeah, man. I used to be a big fan of wrestling, though, like to be quite honest with you, but I just lost interest. I think like after when Eddie Guerrero passed away, it was done for me. Like I couldn't like I Eddie Guerrero when he passed away, it took me like months. It took me months to get over that. Like honestly, it did. It took me months, and then you got Chris Benoit doing what he did, and I just tried, keep watching it over and after that, but I concentrated more on my relationship, and I tried watching it some more, and I like I was mentioning to you a lot earlier before we logged in, I was moving to different countries, working and things like that, and not every
Mhm.
place was putting on, Monday Night Raw and SmackDown, and I tried watching it again, and it just hasn't been the same for me. So I don't know any of the new wrestlers. Um, I have an idea who they are, but I do try to keep up. I have a treasure chest that I left in Mexico that's with my godson's family, and I have a bunch of old school DVDs. I got the Dusty Rhodes, the dual disc that you press a button and it's Dusty Rhodes saying, "I am the hit maker, the record breaker. I make your liver quiver." So I got that DVD. I'll make your back crack and your liver quiver. It's like like I am the man of the hour, the man with the power. Like I got that DVD. I got Bret Hart. I got the Ultimate Warrior, Hulk Hogan. I got a bunch of DVDs, but I also have a great collection while I was living in Mexico. It's like a 20-part series, but I only collected 5 out of the 20 because I ended up moving back to the States, which is Lucha Libre Mascaras, which is the Lucha Libre masks. And man, it's such a great volume, dude. I have those in Mexico, and those can't sell those. Like they're just images of masks on mannequins of like people who used to battle, and they used to do in Mexican wrestling mask versus mask. So there's masks that are ripped, the masks that they don't even know who the wrestler was because this is an unknown mask. So I have these magazines that are like Bibles of lucha libre masks, and yeah, man, I'll make sure that if I have a relative coming back over here, I'm gonna ask them to bring those magazines over here because they're they're badass, dude. I love those magazines.
Very cool.
Is it? I stopped watching after Eddie and Stone Cold Cause.
The writing was just
Okay.
bad. No,
Yeah. I I went to the Hall of Fame, and I got to see Eddie Guerrero live when it was the Hall of Fame for Hulk Hogan. And it was pretty cool because at the time it was when Eddie Guerrero and China were together, quote unquote. And it was when Eddie Guerrero, China were together, and I think that Eddie Guerrero was in quarrels with Rey Mysterio, and it was when supposedly Eddie Guerrero was taking away Rey Mysterio's kid, and he's like telling Eddie Guerrero was telling Rey Mysterio, his son, he's like, "Come with me, I'm your papi," like that. So when Eddie Guerrero shows up into this Hall of Fame thing, like all these wrestlers are like just showing up. And Eddie Guerrero shows up with China, everybody starts screaming, "Papi, Papi, Papi," like that. So it was a great time. I was like, I can't believe I got to see the guy. I got to see Stone Cold and things like that. But it was in a reunion, and it was something nice. I still have like they give you like this coin of that event. So I used to be a big fan, but I just lost. I just not to say that I find it immature or anything like. I just lost interest of it because the wrestlers that I was accustomed to watching, I just didn't see them anymore.
Yeah,
El
I get
Santos
that.
Mil Máscaras. So El Santos is a legendary wrestler that he used to wear a silver mask, and Mil Máscaras is called a thousand masks. So these are two legendary wrestlers in Mexico. Um,
Oh, cool.
pretty cool stuff in the Mexican community of lucha libre. Are you a wrestler fan yourself?
I'm very similar to you, except prior to. So um, I was Ultimate Warrior Hulk Hogan, but like Brett when he was the Hart Foundation. So him and Jim the Anvil Neidhart, the Rockers,
Hmm.
before Legion of Doom, they were Road Warriors, like that
Oh
kind of
yeah, yeah.
Hacksaw. Um,
Hacksaw
so
Jim
that was
Duggins.
Hacksaw Jake the Snake. When I got out of it was Undertaker, just kind of getting into it. There was I can't remember his name. He was like a big like sumo wrestler. That's when I
Oh,
started to kind
Yokozuna.
of yeah.
Yokozuna.
Um, that was when I started to kind of I was getting a little older, so I was just kind of girls and other shit. But it was just kind of taking my
Yeah, no,
attention
I,
away
I
from
I
wrestling.
get you, man. It's just life takes over. Life just, has a way of steering you away, to go do other things. It's like, Ray's son from the storyline. Yeah, I seen that he's a wrestler now. Um, but like I said, unfortunately, I just you know, life's course takes you. So, we were talking about this before we started. This is probably like the fourth or fifth time that I've collected shoes. You know, I before I used to be a big car collector. I used to like to collect classic cars. So
Oh
I used to
wow!
have a
Okay.
'62 Lincoln Continental with the suicide doors, and I had a '62 Thunderbird, a '79 Chevy Malibu station wagon. Um,
Wow.
did I know there's? Oh, I had a Volkswagen Beetle. So I used to like to collect a lot of like old school cars, and that steered me away from wanting shoes because I got into the car scene, right? And then uh and then let me and then the thing was that when I steered away from that, then I started my sneaker collection again, and then I got married, and I wanted to, like sell all my stuff so I could like start a new life with my wife. And then I collected again and I sold everything again so that we could be in a different country and then collect it, sold everything. So it just kept like selling things
Right.
over and over and over. And uh, right now, this is the time where I have had the temptation because, and what I'm gonna say is not to be like on a high horse and no disrespect to anybody. Please don't take this like I'm being like I'm on like I'm being like a pompous windbag and stuff like that. It's not that. It's I'm fortunate now that I was able to buy my second home, and that I'm in a good place now, and I got tenants, and I'm making a profit now. And there was a time where it's like, you know what? What if I sell some of these shoes and I could use it to maybe renovate my room and make a bigger closet and do this and do that. And strangely enough, when I gave these ideas to my wife, it was my wife that stopped me. My wife was like, because my first thought was selling my Dunkins. That was the first one because when Skula mentioned the Dunkins, I was like, dude, I have those shoes. And people were just going crazy because Skula has something in him. He has this aura where he manifests, like just this positivity and what is it? That's awesome here. Congratulations, man. Congratulations, and I hope that you prosper in all your endeavors, man. For real, for real. And I figured maybe because everybody now wants Dunkins because school is wearing them, maybe I could get a good number out of my shoes, right? And my wife was like, "You're gonna sell them?" I was like, "Yeah, dude. I think that maybe if I sell them, I could probably like fix something in the house." She was like, "Don't sell it. Don't sell it. Just you're gonna regret it later on, and what's gonna happen is you're gonna regret it, and then you're gonna buy it again, and then you're gonna." So
Mhm.
I figured, you know what? You're right. You're right. I just need to stick with it, and I need to just keep my collection. That I'm in a good headspace and a good place right now where there's no necessity, like I have the shoes that I really wanted as a kid now, and fortunately, by the grace of God, that I'm just in a good space where I can make the investment once in a great while, not all the time, but once in a great while to fix and also buy something and be part of the sneaker community. So that's the reason why I just haven't even sold my shoes anymore. But I know the feeling of putting family first and having to get rid of stuff. So I know that feeling.
I think that's why a lot of us all get along so well. Is the story is very similar for many of us. You know, um,
Oh yeah.
like we shared earlier. I think I'm on my third or fourth collection now as well.
Oh wow. Okay.
And again, it's the same thing. My real big sellout was, oh God, 11 years before my daughter was born. So 12 years ago, I sold my complete collection.
Mm,
When I was dating her, but now my wife, she saw these sneakers up on the wall on shelves and thought I was crazy. Um, right. And sold that, and we used that as the down payment on our first house. So that's when she
okay.
realized, oh, they're worth something. There's something
Oh
there,
yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, not only do I like to collect sneakers, but they're not just old sneakers. There's people see value in them, and so that's the other thing too is I have a very supportive. Sounds just like you, and everyone else as far as having a supportive structure around me that she's
Okay.
as long as everything's taken care of and family first and everything. If a package shows up from a shop, she understands that it's okay,
But yeah,
because
no, I feel
again,
you. I feel you.
it's what we love, and you know, um, I
Yeah,
think
no,
too
I
after.
found the trick to my relationship. I found the trick. So the trick
Okay.
is I gotta if I buy a shoe, if I buy two to three, there's gotta at least be one shoe for my wife. There has to be.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's the trick. So like, but my wife has finally, she's like, she made amends with it. She's like, hey, it makes you happy. Like, if you're happy, I'm happy. But I just also feel like, well, I just can't be collecting for myself. So my wife, seeing these boxes and she's starting to have her own collection. She wants to see now her shoes and boxes. So it makes
Nice.
it gives me a reason why I could keep going. But
Yeah.
yeah, she's been super supportive, and my kid, that's the best way that I can also relate to my kid in giving her like compensating her when she does something good. Even with friends, I tend to like that's the best way to just for me to show like here's some shoes, and it's not to say
Mhm.
that they need them. It's just like I know you could like this, right? So I
Right.
don't know if it's a trauma as a kid that my parents when they used to give me shoes, it was mijo, these are gonna be for running, school, playing, church, going out, family time, and it's like you just needed to take care of your shoes. So uh
Yeah.
now, yeah, 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 so now
Yeah,
I just kind of make sure that I just give them, you know, that um variety.
I remember having, you know, a pair of white sneakers that were for everything when I was a kid. And over the summer, my dad would buy the white, like kiwi polish and just cover the
Oh
whole
yeah, the
shoe in
kiwi.
white. And that was my sneaker for the new school year because we didn't have,
Yeah.
so maybe now it's like, it was something that made it, something that, you kind of cherish. Now that you have, a few dollars that you can spend on yourself, a lot of times while we do it, we still recapture that for sure.
Yeah, I remember I had this all white pair of Nike Air XLs, and that was my favorite pair. That's when I really started taking care of a lot of my shoes. And my dad, it was so weird because my dad really, my dad was the first one to put rules on like, 'cause it just makes it more expensive. Just bought two of my boys their first Travis. Buddy, good luck on that, man. I hope they last forever, man. Like for real.
Hope,
I hope they know how to cherish your hard work.
I hope they're done growing.
Yeah, yeah, because they're gonna grow out of it fast. But yeah, so
Yeah.
my dad, I remember I had those. I was using the Kiwi, like you said. I was cleaning these shoes once a week, and you might think that cleaning your shoes all the time helps them, but it actually also can affect the shoe as well because cleaning them so much, you start using moisture and all that stuff. But I just kept painting them every week, and I was like really thorough. Like I didn't want these smears and things, so I was. And people would tell me like, "How the heck do you keep those like so clean?" And until like the sole started like coming off of the shoe, and I was still taking them like that. And my dad looks at the shoes when I come from home, and he's like, "What's up with your shoes?" And I'm like, I mean, we like in my head, I'm like, "What do you mean? What's up with them? They're done, like they're gone." And he's like, "Why didn't you tell me?" And I was like, "Because you told me that I only have one pair of shoes per year, and I'm not even done with the school year. But you're walking with the shoes falling apart." I'm like, "I know, but you told me I can't have any more shoes, so I'm kind of just doing with the best with what I have."
Right. Yeah.
And he's like, "No, let's go, let's go." My dad straight up takes me to Payless, right? And I'm just like, dude, this is not the same shoe. What's going on? And my dad's like, "What do you mean they have great selection here?" My dad was trying to make me wear. So I don't know. I don't even remember. But my dad saw it in my face, like, like you ungrateful, you ungrateful kid. How do you not like Bailey shoes, right? So he takes me somewhere else, and then that's when I started using Fila's because Fila's were like in my dad's um, price range. But Fila's actually had some great shoes, and
Hmm.
also at the time. But that's when I started getting also into Fila's. As a matter of fact, I just bought a pair of Fila's. They're called the Fila Evasions, and they're a pair that Barry Bonds used to wear, and I didn't know that. So
Yeah.
the only thing that's missing is his number. But if you look them up, they're called Fila Evasion, and just got those, and I'm super stoked to. The lady was like wanting $189, and all of a sudden she sends me a message, $30, and I'm like, I don't even know anything about this shoe. Like I'm just gonna just chill. Then all of a sudden it's like 20. I was like, let me see what this shoe's all about. Like, I looked it up and I was like, oh man, Barry Bonds used to use this shoe. 20 it is, lady. So I can't wait till I get that shoe. It's like I've never seen that shoe, so I'm gonna be tagging you on that one because I know Barry Bonds used to be a big MLB player. So I'm super stoked about that one. And that's the beauty of it. When is it? Yeah, 24 and 16. Yeah, 24 is good. 16-year-old, yeah,
See,
they're
we're
good,
getting
man.
close.
Yeah, I think that's a good age. I'll never forget my first real pair of sneakers, the Jordan 5 Metallic. Well, fives are a good one, man. Fives are a good one. I cannot be mad at fives, dude.
Iconic. Yeah.
I just don't know. I just like when I was young, I just like I said in Hollywood, you just really didn't see Jordans. Like I don't know, I don't know why. Like I think that when you look at those old school pictures of like people in the mom and pops, they had so much a variety of shoes that maybe Jordan was just barely starting off, where it's like they had more shoes.
Well, I think too, depending on that time frame, on the West Coast, I don't think Jordan personally was a fan favorite because of the Lakers. So I don't know because I
Hmm?
know I have a lot of friends from my age demographic that are from New York, and they still this day won't buy a pair of Jordans because they were Knicks fans,
Really? Wow. Okay.
and they're like, "Nope, Ewing and Stark. That's our I'll never wear a pair of Jordans." And I'm like, we're 47 years old. You can buy a pair if you want them.
Yeah, I can imagine. I
Mike's
can
not gonna
imagine
take
you
any heart
showing
at this
up with
point.
some Jordans. I can
Yep,
imagine you
I'm
showing up
like,
with some Jordans at a family reunion and your cousins. How dare you?
dare
How
you
dare
go
you?
against the family? It was like that's amazing. No, but it's funny because a couple people said that to me. They're like, I've you know never wore them in school because I was a Knicks fan, and we and I was like, oh, so maybe being out west in L.A. and stuff that all the Laker fans maybe they were just like F Michael, you know.
Oh no, you know what? I could see that now that you say it that way because I'm telling you, LA Gears was like top notch. LA Gears was like the thing. LA Gears was because I don't know, like I'm telling you, from Hollywood, being in Hollywood, like I don't know how to explain it. It just it was a different environment. Um, it was just so diverse in nationalities. You know, like you had from Asians to Russians to Armenians to Hispanics to Latinos to white, black, Puerto Rican. It was just like a whole concoction. Like in my era, where it's like with shoes, it was kind of the same way. It was everybody was wearing what they felt like they wanted to wear, and I really don't remember Jordans at all. At all. Like I remember what was hitting like in that time, and it was LA Gears, Reebok, British Knights, Brutinis, the Panthers, like all that stuff was just like what was going on in that specific area, and I do not remember anything about any Jordans, and it sucks to say, but I just don't remember anything of Jordans to be quite fair, and maybe that's why I lagged so much when I bought my first pair of Jordans because I couldn't resonate with the Jordan brand because it just I never saw it as much as maybe the East Coast probably saw it or the
Mhm.
mid of the United States. I just didn't see it as often as I just didn't see it in my surroundings either. Like like my best friend Robert, like I just didn't see it. So, oh man, I think that would be a good idea, man.
You cool then? Okay. If there's anyone in the chat, and you'd like to join us here up on the panel, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link in the chat right now. If anyone would like to come up and you guys want to take the link, feel free to hop on if you want to talk to the two of us and
By any chance, do
go
you mind
ahead.
if I go use the restroom one more time?
Sure, of course. No, you want to go?
All right,
Absolutely.
cool.
Go ahead.
I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah.
Still here? Let's see.
So anybody out there, if you got a few minutes, you want to come up, share some sneakers or talk about anything or ask Nacogdoches any questions live, by all means, feel free to come up. If you want to share some of your vintage pairs with him and I, by all means, or you know.
All right. Cool. Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Of course. So thank you, man. Appreciate that for sure. Hunter, thank you, man.
Area.
Appreciate that. Wasn't me. It was all this man here sharing all his knowledge and collection. But I'll take the credit.
Hey, man. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be on here. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be on here, man. Anybody who wants to join, man, I'm happy to chop it up and have a great conversation. I'm having a great time. Thank you so much again.
No,
Yeah, and I think that going back to what I was talking about, like in from my genre, yeah, I think you have a very valid point that with the West Coast and the East Coast, I think that like in my surrounding, in my circle, I really didn't see much Jordans. I always saw like different type of Nikes and the Air Missions, the Veers, the 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 turbulences, the just in general, like up tempos. I really I don't remember seeing much Jordans, and I think that when I got older, that's when I started kind of recognizing them a little more. But even when I saw them, no disrespect to anybody, I just didn't feel the same passion as anybody, a lot of people did. You know what I'm saying? So I think now I can enjoy them, but I really just collect shoes that I want to wear. So like I got like the Gratitudes. I like those a lot because compared to like the Concords, the Gratitudes I can always just wipe them down with a towel. It's all leather, so I don't have to worry about
yeah,
like the mesh, like or the cloth absorbing the stain. So I got the Gratitudes. I was super surprised when I went to the sneaker store and it's like, what are these doing here? Do you have these in a size 11 and a half? Yes, we do. We have a bunch of them. I'm like, okay, well, let me get one pair. And that's, I was just so surprised. I was like, all right, awesome. Awesome. Let's go.
do you have any other pairs en route or anything that you purchased that you're waiting on that you're
Well,
excited about?
I did purchase the pair of the Reebok DMX the DMX 6 and I'm going to show you why. Um so I'm super stoked about this project because so many of you don't know what the DMX technology was, which is this guy. So this is the air unit of what Reebok used to use. Now the way that it used to work was if the heel would if you if you jump in the air and your heel
Mhm.
hits this, the air transfers to these little slot right here, and it would push
Channel.
the air that was from this side to the front. If you were to land on which your like where your toes are at, but on this part, it would push the air back to the heel. So it was like a what do you call that?
Like a
The chair
seesaw.
on one side, and it's just like a goes
Like a
up and
seesaw.
down. A
Yeah.
seesaw. So this works like in a seesaw pattern where it's like it pushes, inflates, pushes, inflates. So this is the DMX technology that Reebok used to use, which was super great at the time. Um, and those go with this, with the lightnings. So I had a bunch of. Hold on, I got the wrong box. I had uh, an experiment that I was doing because I didn't know if I was gonna be able to make it work if I didn't find the donor, but eventually I did. And what I did was went out of my way to use a silicone method to fill in the gaps. So I used a rubber silicone to fill this up and fill these up, these ports. These these go onto this where this actually needs to go onto, right? Goes like that.
Okay.
So I didn't have any other choice but to fill these up with silicone, rubber, like liquid rubber,
Mhm.
so that I could fill this up. But after speaking with the what do you call uh what's his name? Kix Reason, which is he's a guru of Reebok. I asked him, I was like, hey, you know, this model is called the DMX 6 that's being sold right now that he reviewed. Can that be worn? Can that DMX be used for this Reebok Lightning? And he said, yes, it's the same. So I'm super excited to say that I found a donor, which is the DMX 6 that is being sold right now at the Reebok store that I bought in this size that I am going to be replacing this guy and I'm going to be taking off the silicone off of this shoe. But this is how the shoe is originally supposed to look like that. So this is something that nobody has as well, and this is something that I'm super eager to put back on the pavement soon. So this is a project that once I get that donor DMX, this is what the shoe's gonna look like. Exactly like this. So once I
It's
get
such a
this fixed, this is gonna be another classic that's gonna be completely wearable, and this is something that I'm super proud of. So that's what I currently have coming in, only strictly so I could gut it out and take this out. The shoe was
that's such a
actually
good
worth
looking that's such a good looking
about
silhouette.
huh?
I said that's such a good looking silhouette that you just shared.
Yeah,
It
man.
really is.
This is such a great sneaker that like this is something that could still be worn today, man. Look, this is such a beautiful shoe. Um, and it's like I said, it's one of my favorite shoes because before I knew Michael Jordan, I knew Clyde Drexler, and when I found out like the rivalry between Clyde Drexler and Michael Jordan, that even made it even better. I was like, especially like we talked about the quality of the shoe, the leather. This is such good leather, quality, and then the loops for the shoelace. It's just those
Mhm.
little small details that they added on there. I think it's such a great shoe, but yeah. So the DMX on this is a forgotten um, technology, but they're bringing it back. Unfortunately, if you want to make something like this wearable, you have to buy something new and then destroy it. So it sucks because I'm basically making the investment not knowing if this is going to work. I mean, so it's those things like how bad do you want it, right? So I spoke with Kicks Reason. And I asked him, I was like, you know what? I noticed that the Lightning has something similar to that DMX 6 that you have on the video. Is it? What are your thoughts? Do you think I can make it happen? He goes, it's the same unit. Bought it right away. And when I went to go buy it, this shoe is like some sort of new model where it was worth like $200, but it was on sale. So my investment cost me about $120. So $120 and a shoe of that magnitude, if I were to get it fixed, if I'm looking at it a profit wise, I could have that shoe sold for almost like $800 because it's wearable now. But I'm not looking at it that way. I'm looking at it in a way where it's like I know what I'm gonna be making. I'm gonna be making something that's amazing and that nobody's going to have, and I'm gonna make it work. So
What year did
I
that one
also
come
see
out?
the value. Huh?
What year did the original one come out? The Drexler
Okay.
one
So
you got?
these are from Oh man, I don't know what year these are from. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I don't know.
So we're probably late '90s, right? Or-
Yeah, it has to be late 90s.
Yeah.
But it really
So
like Reebok has a weird way of
oh yeah,
letting
their
you
code
know
is
what
like
year it is.
even now it's screwed up. But so if you think about it, here we are, 25, maybe more years later, and they're still using that same technology. They still have the same
Yeah.
molds, still have the same, you know, it's like, I think other brands
But
can do that too. I think Nike and I think these other, you know,
but
they
here's
believe
the
in
thing.
their
The thing here is that they might be using the same technology, but they're not using the same mold of the sole because it's a totally different sole. And that's the part where I don't know if the specs are going to be quite the
okay,
same. It might look the same, but just going off like with Terrence, like Terrence actually made wearable the original Chris Webber sensations. Like,
really?
yeah, he
Wow.
made he made an original Chris Webber sensations. Like he made them wearable again. He made the investment of having the Chris Webbers and buying an Air Sensation to make it fit. And when you talk to him about it, I hope that at some point you could like meet like have him on your live. He'll let you know that you might think that it's gonna be all the same, but it's not. It's like it's just some things might look the same, but they just don't fit the same anymore. They're using different patterns, different air units, all that stuff. So um I just threw away the air units that are from the super cools. But if I had the air units, I would have showed you how different the air units are. Hey, what's up? What's up, man? How you doing?
What's going on, guys?
What's up, man?
So
How's everything?
Hey, man, you guys are killing it tonight, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Great to meet you.
I love to see somebody else who's into Reeboks because I don't come along too many people these days that that still love Reeboks also.
Okay.
So it's very very rare I feel these days because most Reeboks aren't doing those crazy numbers and so a lot of people these days are into more of the reselling of the shoes
Yeah.
than the collecting and wearing them. But this is like a fresh breath of air when I see Area get somebody to come on. I know it's gonna be someone who's actually passionate about sneakers, and I'm fully zoned in watching.
Cool, man. Well, I appreciate that you've been on here this long, man. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much.
No, hey, I appreciate that you came on and you did your thing tonight, man. I love Area. He's like my brother. So I know if Area is gonna bring somebody on here, I know that means that they are good people, good, and they are absolutely passionate about what they're talking about. And to me, that's
Cool,
what I
cool.
care about. Once I know you're passionate about what you're doing, what you're talking about, I'm with you. I'll ride with you.
Mm. Well, thank you, man. Appreciate that. That means a lot to me, man. Thank you so much. The feedback is always greatly appreciated, man. It means the world to me.
Do you like any of today Reeboks?
Well, and that's one of the things that I was telling him that I really wish I would have had been able to get the preseason, but at the moment with the sale, preseason was only allowing you to buy one pair with the sale. So I told my wife that I wanted to get her a pair, right? So by the time I got home from work and got my wife a pair, and then I logged in on my own account to get a pair, my size was gone. So it was just like, damn it, dude. But at the time, those Reebok preseasons, they had dropped down all the way down to $38, dude. 38, $35.
I wish I would have known
So
myself.
you could,
Oh my God.
yeah. So I should have just bought myself a pair and then came and bought my wife a pair. It's just like, fuck, man. But it is what it is. I was able to get my wife a pair, but um, I have not yet been able to get anything new from Reebok besides what I was telling Area 13 that I just got the DMX6 just so I could gut out the DMX unit. That's it.
I love that idea you had of taking the new shoe, gutting it out to bring back the old shoe that you had from when you were younger and love.
hmm
That's
Yeah,
so
so that's the only way to make it happen, man. I mean, like if the sneaker companies are not gonna make it happen, one has to find a way to make it happen. Like there's no ifs, buts, or what's about it. Like I gotta make it happen.
100%.
Like I just that's one of the main things where I was telling expressing about it's not the end of the world when a shoe gives out. You can find the best of like what the options are. So like so some when I bought these shoes, these had the plastic that actually goes over here. Like it was a huge plastic that overlapped this whole section. It overlapped it and it went all the way down here. You can see the little bit of the like the this little edge right here. But like as soon as I put the strap, it broke into pieces. It's just done. So but how am I supposed to throw this whole shoe away when the shoe is still good? But what gave out was the plastic piece that just holds the strap. So what I was telling Area 13 was that I had to make it work. So I went to a leather shop and I bought these loops so I could put these rivets on. Put the rivets on, and I put the rivets on here so that and I took off all the plastic off, everything all the way down here. Took it all off.
Can't even
The
tell.
plastic is still inside the shoe right here. You can see it right there. But I made it so that I could then put the strap on. The air unit of the pump was done. It was like it was all broken off. So my wife is going to be sewing this up for me, like making this little loop so that I could have that contrast of the loop with the rest of the shoe. So my wife's going to be helping me out. So I'm not going to throw away a good shoe just because something gave out. I'm gonna make the best out of like, okay, what can I do? I have never I've never put any grommets before. But I had to learn. I even took a video of the guy at the leather shop. I was like, "Do you mind if I record you, man? Because I don't know how to do this shit." He was like, "By any means," recorded him, and I just bought all the tools, and I just did it the same day.
Came out
So
great.
this is still a great shoe. It's still like it's still gonna last forever.
I couldn't even tell where the
So
piece was. Like it looks like this.
I never knew. I would have never knew if you didn't tell us.
yeah, so I mean, if and on my Instagram page, you'll be able to notice the difference within the plastic that's on there because it does make a beautiful contrast, but father time takes over and it just some things just are not as strong as before. And with these axioms, these Reebok axioms, when I bought these, they were pristine condition, dude. They were great. The blue was like this, all nice blue. Put them on, stepped on them one time, it just became dust. Like it just like it just dust everywhere, dude. I was like, what happened?
Like,
What's
what the?
going on? And it's just like it was just scaling off. And I spoke with some guy. I'll send you the information, Area 13, so you can see what I'm talking about. But this guy's a great guy, man. And he's like, my recommendation is just scrape it all off, wash the shoe, and all you're gonna do is paint the shoe, and now you're gonna get a fuzzy type of looking shoe. And I was like, how is it gonna look? And he sends me a picture of some some Dion said there's some models of diamond tears. I just can't remember the number, but they were suede and all his suede had been broken off and he painted all those and they look amazing. I was like, you know what, that doesn't look bad at all. I'm just, the worst thing I could do is just paint it whatever color I want. So I'm just gonna just paint them, and that's it. Everything else is fine. So it's just finding just the best out of what you can with this with what's giving out.
What you can do, right? Awesome.
Yeah, like there's this experiment that I've been trying out. I don't think I have it here, but I might. But the experiment is using polytube. Um, polytube. So remember, I had mentioned that my up tempo 94s have given out. They both gave out at the same fucking day. Like they both cracked on me. Like what are the damn odds that it's like they were against me that day, like both of them gave out. But you could use oh man, dagnammit. But what I'm going to do is I'm gonna cut this lip off, right? I'm gonna cut this lip off. So there's a way to make it work where you cut this lip off, but then you wrap polytube around it like that.
Sure, there's
You
a few
wrap it
there.
around
Take
like
the
that.
link. He's got some great great turf shoes that you would be very very happy with, and he's a huge Diamond Turf fan.
Yeah, man, I love diamond turfs, man. But and that's the thing, that's what you could do. You get the polytube and you wrap it around like
Oh yeah.
this, and then the transparent polytube will make will give this cover the feel. I'm just gonna cut this off and put the polytube around that area, which is gonna do the filler, and then I'm gonna be able to glue that back onto my Uptempo 94s.
And the polygraph will definitely hold.
Yeah,
It's
man. I have a picture of the polytube on my super cool CBs, and it looks like people were asking me, like, how the heck did you do that? I was like, it's just an experiment. It's like nothing's glued on yet. It's just I just wanted to see how it looks. I wanted to share it with you guys in case if you guys liked it. Like if you guys have done this, and there's a guy who did that with some shoes, and it makes me feel a lot more comfortable that since he actually did it, that my thought process was kind of in the right place. So, but yeah, man, I'm just trying to focus on giving people that inspiration of like, just repair your kicks before you try to throw them away. Just try to see if you can fix them. That's all
oh yeah.
it is, man.
Especially if nothing's wrong
Absolutely.
with the bottoms of them when the tops are good. Like
hmm Yeah. So I thought that at some point. So check this out. So these are like the ones that I was taught and had mentioned before, right? So these are the super cools or the super CBs. But I had bought so the Air Max the Air Max CB 94s. You would have figured that this would almost be the same because it is almost the same pattern, right?
Mhm.
It is almost, not all the way, but it is almost. So I have bought the same size as these. I think these are a size 11. So I bought a size 11, and what I found out that you need to get in an inch and a half down from what you currently have. So that was a hard lesson to be learned. And it's like, damn,
right?
I got a size 11. Why isn't a size 11 fitting? So another homie, Cole Saab, he has a size 13. And sorry, those size 11 and a half. I bought a size 11 and a half. Send it out to him, and he has a size 13. So a size 11 and a half fits a size 13 of a CB 94. So now I got to get a 9. No, a size 10.
Eesh.
Wow.
So it's a learning process, and that's the part where it takes a toll. Is like, can I make the investment again? When can I make this investment again? Because now I gotta find a cheap pair that I'm just gonna gut out, and nobody wants to sell this shit like just that cheap. So,
Right.
so it's just
Right.
that learning lesson that are you willing to make that investment?
I like what you were saying also before about how the shoes fit so much different back then than buying a shoe today. Like a size 11 back then is not the same as a size 11 today. Like
Not at all. Not at
it's
all.
great.
And I have come across that a lot with Adidas and Reeboks.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I just don't. I have no clue why. Like Reeboks and Adidas, I have always been super skeptical with them. That's why when I had bought my Hertz, I was like, damn, dude, I wonder. Like, I was asking so many. This guy was getting annoyed with me because I was like, are you sure they fit the same? Are these true to size? I was like, these are white foot on the toe, and they are. When you look at the Reebok Hertz, look at how fat, look at how wide this toe is, right? Just, I mean, it's so wide like that. That's what the half is. It's not the half is not so much that it's like it's more the how wide it is. So this is such a wide shoe that it fits true to size. It fits great with this. But this is a phenomenal shoe. I think this is such a classic. It speaks domination. Like this is such a great shoe, man. It's a perfect kick ass shoe, man. That when you wear it, you, dude, you're walking around like just like that's what's up. That's
yeah.
what's up. This is a good shoe.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's a great one.
Huh?
Well, just
That's a
it just
great one.
demands attention. Just the
Yeah,
lines
that's
on
what
it,
it is.
just you know.
It does. It demands attention. Like you know when you have those on, people can't help but to look at and say,
Yeah.
"I see you. I see you."
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, and that's when I had fixed my when I fix a shoe, it's like that's the part where it's like it's the best. It's the best part. Kind of like with Folgers in your cup, the best part of waking up. It's like when you walk around and then you get people see your shoe, you're like, that's the best part, man. Like they're asking like, what the heck is that? But it's super cool when you find somebody that's also a sneakerhead and they point it out and you're like, dude, I haven't seen that shoe in a long time. Where'd you get it? It's like, so that's also like a great feeling. You know what? For me, the other shoe that I was telling Area 13 is for me the one that always feels like it's the most toughest shoe ever is for me is when they ask me what shoe would you get in case if the world had ended and I'm knocking on wood is this guy, right? So for me it's always this dude, the Nike Air Strong, right? I know I showed this shoe before, but this shoe just looks so tough. You got your ankle support, you got your heel support. So, and then these teeth right here on the side, kind of like the Godzillas. This is a shoe that I just won't throw away because I can always replace the sole because it's from a CB94. So I don't have to throw the shoe away. I can always keep the top and just replace the sole if this air unit ever gives out on me. So it's a replaceable sole if I need to, but this is such a great shoe that just demands respect. Like you show up with this, you cross kick a lion right in the face with these, man. These is just phenomenal.
I just like too how
This
they
is just
had a lot of back then. Like if you looked at the strap on the side, right, for your rear like
yeah,
heel support, like
yeah,
they
right
took
here.
that technology and it was across multiple sneakers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah,
just
the
really
unlimiteds, they have that. The carnivores, well no, I think the
carnival. Yeah.
carnivores just have the strap going up. But yeah, man, I mean, I think what I was mentioning before is that a lot of these shoes they were fun to put on because it's almost like you're using all these like things like to make the shoe wearable. Like you're strapping it, you're pulling, you're tugging, you're adjusting it, and then you're also like trying to tuck the shoelaces or you're trying to make the shoelaces show or it's just
Mhm.
so many things that just made the shoe be fun if you want when you wanted to wear it. So many details on them and such a uniqueness of the nostalgia feel of these shoes.
Very cool.
Hey, knowing you are such a big Reebok guy,
Yep.
I know you'd appreciate these. And this is one of my this is my latest pickup I got in. Came in.
Oh, you got the alien wrong. You got the alien one with the scratch. Dude,
I
that's fucking
knew
awesome. Whoa.
I knew you would love it. So I said, you know
Dude,
what?
that's
Let me
so
throw it
cool,
on there.
man. Dude, that's dope, dude. And they gave it that where look at Waylon. That
Like,
is awesome, man.
beautiful. I haven't gotten to put them on just yet. I'm a little nervous though. Like we were talking about how the sizing today is not the sizing from back then. So I'm hoping they look like they may be a little small, but if it comes down to it, I'll just take the insole
Okay.
out if I have to because
Yeah, yeah,
these
yeah.
are so badass. Like I have to
Dude, I can see that.
wear it just sitting in a case. Like I like to wear
For
everything.
real. Those are mad fire, man. I like the whole look that like if they've been through something, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. And they actually she actually did have them on in the new movie.
Yeah, she did. She did. But I will say those are a little those are slightly different from Ripley's,
Yes.
right? Ripley's I think Ripley's didn't have any laces, but still I did like that Romulus went back the um to the original of wanting to bring back some Reeboks because that's what the 1980s or 1990s version of Aliens had the Reebok. So that's super dope, man. Dude, I'm glad you got those, man. That's awesome, man.
Hey Hunter,
Thank
why don't you tell me how many pairs you almost had when that shoe first came out?
Oh, let me tell you, man. So I wanted these so bad. So I got a few of the guys together to really help me out with this. We had
Okay.
a total of 5 pairs. So I'm
Wow.
thinking like, damn, man. If anything, I just wanted like a double up. But now I'm thinking like, damn, I'm on the hook now for 5 damn pairs. What am I gonna do? Next thing you know, within the week, yo, my pair got canceled. Next friend, yo, my pair got canceled. I went
All
from having
5 pairs.
pairs to none.
Damn. Yeah, I can
They
see that
completely
happening, man. That sucks.
the site completely screwed up. They botted the site, so it jerked up. It went like 40 minutes after the drop. They came back on saying that they had pairs when they didn't have them,
Mm.
and let all the orders go out. And Reebok didn't let us get our money back right away. No, they made us wait a week or 2 weeks before letting us know that, oh, you're not getting them.
That's a bummer, man.
And
That's no bueno.
I'm not surprised. That's what these resellers are doing these days. But to see that they started to try to ruin Reebok, because that was one of my most favorite things was that they weren't messing up my Reeboks and my Pumas. They would leave those alone. Because I like, I keep thinking like, like I've hung out you 15 times already, so but I'm into like a little everything.
Okay.
I don't, yeah, I'm not just into like one specific shoe. I'm very diverse with my collection.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a lot of love though for Reebok and Puma. And I love them just as much as I love my Jordans. Like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, I understood that what they were doing with the Jordans, and which I didn't like it anyway. But at least I knew I was getting a break on my Reebok and my Pumas,
Mm-hmm.
and they were dropping stuff. It wasn't like with Jordans where there's like 10 pairs every month coming out. So I appreciate a lot more of what's dropping when Reebok and Adidas and Puma are dropping it because it's a lot different. The collabs they've been doing are just so awesome. Especially now we got Reebok that went into the vault bringing stuff back.
Yeah.
So to see that now they started to see that people are starting to like that again, and they're trying to ruin that on top of it. Like I got another Reebok that they jammed me up on, just like the Alien ones. This was
Yep, I saw that right there, man. Trust me, I saw that.
part of, so for those that
Yep.
don't know, this is part of the NASA drop.
Yep, those are super fire, man.
Like,
Architecture looks super duper dope, man. It just looks like a Tron movie.
right? Like,
Yep.
the back is so cool.
Yeah.
And like, I wanted these so bad. And the minute they went live, it was like snap of the fingers. They were sold out. And I was like, you got to be
I,
kidding me.
I like how that white line goes all the way down like that. It goes all the way down, but then you see the leather overlap it, but you can see
Yes.
the print of that line. It looks so dope, man. Yeah, dude, that is a phenomenal shoe, man. That's a great looking sneaker, man.
They did a
You know,
great job on
Yeah,
both of
dude.
those.
That's super dope.
and the
Both of
cool
those
thing,
came out great.
like, you could always tell, I feel like, you look at a sneaker collection and you look at the Reeboks, like, those are Reeboks. Like, you can tell they just stand out.
Yeah, they have something different.
Or since we also got Joe Dizzle in the chat, and I am too. I don't know what's your football team?
I'm a 49ers fan, but my 49ers are done. So right today, at this season, I'm going for the Lions.
Hey, as long as you didn't say the Giants or the Philadelphia Eagles, we're cool. We're cool.
I really want to see a final between the Bengals and the Lions. That would be so dope. Two teams that have never been there.
Never, right?
Yeah.
And the Bengals got such a dope jersey too.
They do, man. That black. Oh, look at you got the Emmett Smith, the EM, the
I had
ES
when
22s.
I saw that they came back out with the Emmets, I was just like, I got it.
Let me ask you something. Was the original logo in the back? Was it always that like that?
I don't believe so. And I want to say this part of it was the
Mhm.
on the original was different color, but the rest of the colorway
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
But I don't remember the 22 like that.
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
remember it like being sparkly
remember.
like that, but still, I love that. I love that silhouette, man. It's such a tough shoe, man.
I,
It's
I
super
want to
dope, man.
say
I love that silhouette.
the original had a solid piece instead of it being like shiny, like it was just like a
Hmm.
solid. Because it was so
How do
long
those
ago.
fit?
The
True to
original.
size or?
So I was a 10.5, and I got these as an 11, and now it's a few months later, and now I went up a size in shoe, so I haven't tried them now that I've gone up a half a size, but
Okay.
they weren't bad when I was a 10.5 and I got the 11, because I was always going a half size up
Mm-hmm.
in Reebok or Puma from whatever I was wearing in Jordans.
Okay.
And
All
and then like, and same thing like with that, and then with SBs I'd go like a full size, depending on what
Gotcha.
shoe.
All right, gotcha. Yeah, man, those are classic. That's a classic pair, man. I remember that those were super scarce. Like when they recently came out, like people having those was like, what the like? This guy's stomping with the big dogs, man. This is some big ass shoes. But then now, when you yeah, because they were like, I remember people were like, dude, like in my heyday, like they were like, dude, those are some big shoes. But when you like, they became a rarity like during the like in the 2000s or higher where it's like this is you're searching for a unicorn and then all of a sudden you could buy them again. So that's super
Mhm.
dope that Reebok is doing that because it
Uh,
is a very unique looking sneaker.
right? Like it really is. And thank you, Mr. Old School.
I think that goes back to what you were saying too with Shaq and taking over Reebok is
Yeah.
you got to know Shaq is a smart businessman, and him being a previous athlete understands to go back into the vault and
Well,
we'll bring him back in it, bring him back, like, what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if Nike needs to take that chapter and maybe bring an athlete on board.
I hope so.
Not that they're into the design phase, but they might be into this is what works for us in the
Yeah.
heyday phase. I mean,
I
Shaq's
hope
not- I
that
don't think Shaq's on sneakers, but he's a hell of a business person. I understand it.
I hope that from
Yeah.
all the shoes, that if Shaq brings another one of his pairs, that it's the Preachers. If he brings back those Reebok Preachers, oh my God, dude! Like, dude, those Preachers were like, God, man, they were such a big, chunky shoe. Like, dude, if he's bringing back those Emmett Smiths, I really hope he brings back his own shoe, which is the Preachers. I want to see those. I really want to see those Preachers. That would be so dope. That whole honeycomb on the side.
Yep.
That would be so great.
Oh yeah. I was always a big Shaq fan growing up too. So anything that was like Shaq shoe, I had to grab it as a young kid.
Yeah, I almost came this close to grabbing a Preacher, and I saw him like on Poshmark, and it said $75. I was like, buy. And then the next day, I wake up in the morning to see like this person, like what is she gonna say, or what is this person gonna say? It said money reimbursed. I was like, no way, these shoes have been sold, dude. Yeah, I almost had it. I was
Like,
$75. I swear I lost sleep. I was so close to getting some Preachers for $75. But hey, it is what it is. I really do hope that Shaq does bring back some stuff. So I mean, he has been doing great stuff, and I think that Allen Iverson is the vice president as well. So
Correct.
Allen Iverson is in there, and he's in the mix.
I'm trying so hard not to show that shoe.
Okay.
I know somebody in the chat said earlier, I've never seen that many dope Reeboks without one of them being an Allen Iverson. I'm trying hard not to pull any Allen Iversons.
Okay. I have bought some Allen Iversons. Like what I had told Area 13 is I bought like these the Wolf Grays or something Grays, and but I bought them 11 and they just didn't fit me, man, and I was really bummed out because I bought those for like $75 brand new in a box, everything, and I was so bummed out. Like they were like some of my grails, but it is what it is. I mean, I gave them to somebody else that I knew would put them into better use, but it was just so painful to wear them. Even when I took off the insole, they still
So
fit like a size 10 and a half. I was like, if I would have only had known that this was not gonna fit.
right.
It is what it is. I learned my lesson, but I do go 11 and a half on Adidas and Reeboks now.
Okay, so you're a big Reebok guy. I got you. Okay. So these were one of in the beginning when I got back into sneakers, this was one of the things I went after right away that came out for Reebok.
Nice. That's just
Ghostbusters.
the classic silhouette, man. Oh, Ghostbusters. Super dope, man.
You got on the back.
Dude.
Ready to believe.
Yeah, there you go, man. Super dope, man. That's super dope. And then I like the bottom of the sole. It has the
I'm
okay.
on it.
Is it glow in the dark?
It doesn't glow, but it should have. It absolutely should have.
Dude, it looks like it's glowing in the dark right now.
Yeah.
That's as cool as it goes.
Dude, that's bright on the camera.
Can't hurt to double check.
Dude, that's glowing. That's definitely
Hey, listen.
glowing.
I gotta say, it looks so much cooler on camera. I'm not gonna lie. It looks
Okay.
way.
Okay, I'm gonna say,
But you can see that that's not. I made sure not to touch that so we can see that there was a
Mhm.
difference.
Okay.
So you could. It definitely went a little brighter, but on camera it looks a lot cooler. I will say.
Yeah, the back of the hue is like that trap, right? The colors of the trap.
Yes.
Or yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
I'm trying to see about the insoles because I don't know why sometimes they make these insoles be like so stuck in. There we go.
Hey man, look at that, dude. Who would have thought that insoles was gonna be a thing, huh?
Never in a million years would I thought I would be sitting here talking about insoles ever, thinking like
Yeah.
how cool they look and whatnot. That was definitely not something I saw coming.
insoles are huge. Insole art, crazy. There's a lot of great insoles.
And also Reebok wise, sticking with that same energy. We got
Oh yeah.
we went the following year with the Ghost Dogs.
Yeah, dude, I like that how the leather pops up on the on that. Like you could feel the leather on the mouth of the side of the shoe. Yeah, that's nice, man. That is super dope, dude.
These are cool as
Yep.
hell. I grabbed like the matching hoodie for these and everything too.
Yeah, no, and that's a great colorway as well, man. Super
Like,
dope colorway. I like it, man. Very unique. Super unique.
and
Yeah,
to
yeah,
go
they kill it on some of these theme shoes. They really
and,
do.
to go back to the other year of those Ghostbusters
Uh-oh.
when the first one I showed you dropped. These
You know what?
dropped.
I had seen those before, but I have never seen somebody own them.
These things are
They're supposed to be
crazy.
also a Ghostbusters like inspiration.
Oh yeah, this is the Ghostbuster Stompers.
Ooh, okay, gotcha. Hey man, that's dope, man.
This one, if you like go for a little bit with the light, you can get some of that to go a little
All
bit.
right.
So this is like
Yeah, man, that's gnarly, dude.
the proton pack,
Yeah.
and then you got like the mix in with the car.
Yeah, man, that's super dope, man.
Crazy.
And if talking Ghostbusters, the ones before that, the War Dogs, they came. I don't know if you ever saw the box. This
Dude,
is
some of these boxes are fucking outstanding.
like this is my favorite like you catch me like a sneaker battle and that question is show me a special box, like this is where I'm going.
Oh, I
Like
know.
every
Yeah.
time.
I'll be showing you just a normal box, dude.
Like this thing is amazing. It starts off as the car for the Ghostbusters. Like
I'll be
they literally-
battling you with this box right here, dude. Just standing like this, just this box.
and then you open the box up and it turns into the trap. And now the box turns Ghostbusters trap.
Yeah, and it opens up sideways. There you go.
Even opens up like the trap. And they give
Oh,
you
so you
the
could put the shoe standing up, huh?
if you want to make it like today's Ghostbusters trap, they have
Mhm.
these wheels that you pop out that you could put on each corner. But
Oh my goodness.
I like to keep it OG. So plus honestly, I don't trust myself doing it. But you could put the box on wheels. Like,
Man, that's a super nice box, man. That is super,
Crazy.
dude. I'm telling you, I'll be showing up. Well, your box battles my box, dude. I'll just be like this, dude.
My box loves the sneakers.
Yeah, I'll just be like bringing out this guy. Says
Mine's more
Super
function.
CD on there, you know.
Yeah, you're like I'm more function over form. All right,
Yeah,
buddy. Like, this this keeps them
the
together.
feng shui.
Oh man.
another Reebok right here, actually. Without these, I feel were one of the most underrated shoes, especially with the Deadpool and Wolverine movie came out. I thought
Hmm.
would have went back and jumped on these, but they weren't really getting the love they should have got.
Oh, yeah,
These
yeah.
are
I had
so
seen those at Foot Locker, man.
get the with the
Yeah, I seen
Wolverine.
those and the Gambits.
Yes, I grabbed both.
Yep.
The other one's got Wolverine right here,
Hmm.
and the insole. These insoles out. Yep.
Berserker Rage. Look at that, man. Are you guys comic book fans?
Yes, I'm not like into it like I used to be into it when I was younger, but I got lucky because I just moved. Like I was telling you before earlier, I just moved recently, so when I was getting everything out of the house, I found my old comic books. I didn't even know I still had them.
That's cool, man. Yeah, my buddy, the one that was on there, that was Robert Melendez. Me and him, when we used to live in Baldwin Park, we used to walk to our local um card shop. At the time, they used to sell Pogs, and it was a card shop, Pog shop, or like that. And we used to buy the Upper Deck Marvel cards. And a couple of years ago, he sends me a picture of just this small little box, cardboard box. And he's like, guess what my mom found? And I'm like, what's up? And he sends me a picture automatically. I was like, if it's that upper deck card collection of the Marvel, dude, I want it. And he goes, I'm not selling this. And he opens it up, sends me a picture of it opened up. These boxes of deck cards, they're so precise where the card fits in so perfectly where like it's impossible for the edges to get even creased. And he still to this day does not want to sell it to me at all, dude. And I've offered him $300, and he's just like, nah, no, no. And I'm like, I need that. I want that. I need it. It's just it's a collection that is just I can't believe it. And then come to find out my brother has the same collection. I really don't know how the heck he got it, but
I
I'm a
got
big
you.
comic book fan. I used to collect comic books. I went in Hollywood. I will walk 2 miles to the local 7-Eleven. That's how far it was to get comic books.
So let's
Oh,
see.
wow.
You might have seen this box already, but it's so cool that I know even if you did see it, you wouldn't mind seeing it again for sure. This thing was another amazing box from Reebok. Special that came with a special box. So this is the
Mm,
special box.
no, I never seen that.
This is Jurassic Park.
Okay. Oh, like the cylinders?
Yep.
Dude, there's Robert Melendez. Look at that.
He said,
Says
"Sorry,
sorry,
bro,
bro.
never."
Dude, Robert, I'll give you $350, eh? Like, what is wrong with you, dog? Come on, eh? Do it for the garden block, eh?
Do it for the block, man.
Yeah, man. He doesn't want to sell me that stuff, dude. I'll give you 350 bolas, eh, right now. Come on. Yeah, man. He is such pristine condition. Like, me and him used to walk together and be like, I got $5, and then he'd be or $10, and we would buy these cards. Look at that, man. That's super dope, man.
This is the other special box for the Jurassic Park lineup.
I'm telling you, man, some of these boxes are crazy. Yeah, some of these boxes go crazy.
And I can't show you the box, obviously, without getting the shoe, too. That would just be ludicrous. But grab both of those bad boys. And especially since you guys were talking about the pumps before. So the Barbasol one special box came with these bad boys that are a Reebok pump.
Gotcha. Okay. Where's the release button? Oh, I see the release button on that. Okay. Gotcha.
So
Yeah,
these,
man, when I was a kid, dude, my mom one time got me, I think LA Gear had made some pumps as well, man. And dude, the pump was so damn high. I was not a happy kid with those LA Gear pumps. I like that. I like the strap over that. That's super dope, man. And that's what supposedly like the original alien looked like, right? With like a
yeah,
full cover on the front.
yes, the original aliens were like this.
Yeah.
And with this one, with Jurassic Park, they give you a few, like if you want to be the ranger instead of security or another one,
Oh, I get you.
you could change it and put the different names on. But this, I get a kick out of this. It's just it's so different, and same thing like Reebok had thrown in like I ordered like a hoodie and a vest to come with it, and they doubled the hoodie and the vest up, which was pretty cool.
That's dope, man.
So I was
like
able.
that.
I kept one on ice.
Yeah, man, that's dope, man. You see, that's the beauty about sneakers, man. It's just like what is that you like about it? Like what feeling does it bring to you, and what it brings to your collection and things like that. So that's the beauty of all this. Like he's finding some great meaning onto his nostalgia, and Ghostbusters seems to be the main theme. And I remember Ghostbusters as a kid. Bill Murray. Bill Murray was such a
Oh yeah.
badass in that shoot and
Oh yeah,
in that movie. You know what I'm saying? And then the guy who was the dad for Honey I Shrunk the Kids, and he comes out in that movie. So it's such a nostalgic feel, of seeing him bring all the shoes out, and it's all based on a theme. And he seems to
correct.
be really dedicated and focused to that. So that's super dope, man. That's super dope. And then with the whole Jurassic Park theme, like it's crazy to see the box and it looks like a cage where you would hide a raptor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like I said, these other brands are just killing it. They're just the creativity. And this is
True.
where
It is true.
at one time that was Nike. That was what they were doing. They were
Yeah.
the ones so ahead of the curve with just thinking out, pun intended, thinking outside the box and being like, okay, we're gonna make this theme shoe, and then on top of that, they do have some great special box pairs, but like they're way more limited, and just not all of them are as creative as just all these.
And if
I get that.
Reebok could do it, I don't want to hear Nike can't.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Before when you guys,
What's let me ask you this, sneaker hunter. What's your holy grail of grails, man? Like what do you got like that you consider, okay, this was the most mission impossible that I got, and this is where I completed my mission and holding this. Like what's the grail of your grails?
so two grails that I thought I would never get was the Nike has to be paid in full. The paid in full.
Oh, that's literally the bulldog just
Yeah,
asked me to
that's the
share.
same thing. Yeah. Bulldog said it right now. That's crazy.
I thought that this was just too much money. I was never gonna be able to own it because every time I looked for this shoe with the special box, it was like 3,000 or more. And
Oh my God.
I can't
Yeah,
I can't pay.
it's crazy.
I
Guys
can't
bringing out the big dogs.
I couldn't pay it. So
Jesus.
I
May I
got
say, believe me or not, I own a Saab as well, just to let you know.
I ain't mad at you.
Well,
So,
because Paid in Full used to use the Saab, no?
yeah.
Yeah.
So to see that I was able to grab these was like wow. And
That's a
this was the
oh
Grail
wow.
that I never owned before that I
Oh,
had to
okay.
get. Now I do have a
What
Grail.
was that a first time that that shoe came out like that, or why is it a Grail? Is it something that got retroed? Is it just based on the movie, or is it something that got made for the only time and that's the pair that it is?
That
Well,
that's
the
all.
big thing too, that sneaker in particular too, there was a cease and assist on it because of the print. Looks too much like Gucci.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
So that sneaker itself was. Now, I don't know if it was released and they pulled it back, if it was one of those, or they just quit
Yeah, yeah,
making
yeah, yeah,
pairs.
yeah.
I don't know, but that was one that that particular one I know for sure is one that's in all sizes is kind of hard to acquire if you don't already have it because it was
I couldn't
super
get it
limited.
originally. I couldn't get my hands on it, so
Wow.
I was never able to get it. Never saw another time where I could find a dead stock pair for something. I wouldn't say reasonable, but not $3,000. Like
Yeah, I get you.
it had to be at least a little. It was less than half of that. So I
Yeah,
was.
of course.
I'm shocked. I was like, I can't believe it. That was one, and another Grail that I had last summer that I ended up getting was the Boba Fett's. I'm a big Boba Fett fan.
Okay. The
So
Mandalorian?
yes, so I really wanted the Boba Fett's bad. I got the Adidas Boba Fett's already,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
the top 10s. So once I found out that there was a Nike SB of it, I was going crazy trying to find these bad boys.
Okay.
So
I
I
get
got
you.
lucky, and I got them in the summer also.
And let me ask you this. Do you wear any of these, or you just have them as like your collection and you just don't touch them, or like how do you go about this?
So I buy everything to wear.
Huh?
I buy everything to wear.
Okay, cool.
I just sometimes it may take me a little bit longer than like I could buy a shoe and not wear it though for like 6 months, 7
I get
months.
you. Yeah, yeah,
Just because there's just so much coming out. And if
yeah.
I'm not going like out somewhere, I'm not undsing that shoe to just go
Mhm.
to the supermarket.
Oh, of course.
So
See what you're saying.
sometimes that makes it take a little longer, but last year and the year before, I would buy. I had some shoes I was buying more for collector pieces to trade for other pieces I like too at times. But for
Hmm.
the most part, I go into every purchase, getting only my size for something I want to wear. I
Okay.
I I love shoes. I've been into shoes my whole life, but when I was 15 is when I really started looking at shoes in a different way, like
Okay.
looking at them as more of a style because I was a basketball guy.
Okay.
So when I was little, to get new shoes, I was playing basketball. So my pops would be like, every time you make a basketball team or play in a league, I'll get you another pair of basketball shoes you want, whatever you want. And I used to play in like 3-4 different basketball leagues every year.
Hmm.
Then when I was 15 and started saving up my own money, start buying shoes myself, I started looking at shoes differently, and now I'm looking at them as not just plain ball in them. I'm looking at them as now style.
Okay. Okay.
Bulldog
So what's the
certainly
shoe that you wear the most then?
haunted you.
Say it again.
What's the shoe that you wear the most?
The shoes I wear the shoe I wear the most right now is probably my Bread 4s, my Playoff 13s, and my Black Cement 3s. Those are my 3 go-tos that I'll wear on a regular basis.
Okay.
But other than those 3 shoes, I never wear any shoe more than once in a week.
I see what you're saying.
Those are the only 3
you're
that I will continually wear, because like with the
Mhm.
I was so happy when they came out with the Bread 4 Reimagines. I bought I tripled up on them. So that way I
Okay.
could wear a pair comfortably all the time and not have to or I gotta scrub this bad boy every night when I come home in them. So now I can really enjoy them. Black Cement 3s, those and the True Blue 3s were my all-time favorites.
Mhm.
Those are
Okay.
Those were the 2 Jordan shoes that transitioned me from just playing ball into style with them. So when they came back around, the Black Cement 3s this time around, I went a little too crazy, and we got
Yeah,
5.
yeah, 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 yeah.
We bought 5 pairs.
Yeah, I get you.
We did
Yeah,
a
no,
5.
for me, it's just I have more of a seasonal wear. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially living in Colorado, I'm not gonna wear a suede shoe in the winter when I'm just gonna it's gonna absorb all this mud, you know. And
Yes.
so I tend to wear more all leather in winter, and then springtime. That's when I tend to wear like suede, nubuck, or even like the Muslims and things like that. I tend to wear more things like that of that nature. But anything that has to do with winter, all shoes get hibernated, like pretty much. Like I just don't like. I have my leather shoes that I'm gonna wear with that. I don't even take out my Tims even in winter. It's like I got some Tims where it's like they're made out of suede. Why the heck am I gonna? I'm just gonna just ruin them. So that's the way I base off. I base my how I'm gonna wear something. Um, but I was telling Area 13 that it's like I know that if I'm gonna go to Starbucks, I'm not gonna go and get all spiffy and things like that. So I'll put on my Air Jordan ones and just I'm out the door, or I'll take my Birkenstock or some shit like that. It's like
Right. Hey, you want to be comfortable, especially,
Absolutely.
and on top of it, now that we're older and everything too, comfort means something.
Comfort matters.
Comfort
it
matters.
does, to be quite fair, especially like now with all this stuff that you want to add your shoe protector, your shoe crease protector. That's why it's like I could see why I fit a size 11 and a half or a size 12, because I'm adding this extra stuff so I don't crease my shoe. And it's like, okay, that's only making my foot fucking tighter. You know what I'm saying? So I can see why I'm a size bigger now, but I still don't get how my foot got bigger the older I get. I don't get it. I wear
That-
like a size 12. I wear a size 12 not diehards, Red Wings. It's like, come on, like I'm telling you, I look like a hobbit with with them boots, man. It's like fucking foot's about like that big. It's like, dude, there's no necessity. No necessity. I'm just tripping everywhere.
Earlier, you guys were talking when you were talking about Reebok pumps. I was screaming in the chat because I'm also into the pumps, and I tried to get to go with the original colorways of the pumps originally with.
That's such a sleek look, man. It's super nice. That one's way better. I did not expect that colorway. That one's really nice. That one just popped out of nowhere. That one's super dope.
this was my favorite out of the three. I had this at number 2, and then these were I had these at number 3 out of them.
Yeah, those are slick, man. But so you see that plastic that I'm telling you, that plastic that
Mhm.
Reebok
The wave.
is known for.
Yeah.
That's what those my preseason. They're the pay dirts, the ones that I have. The
Talking
pay
about
dirts, you would have like a plastic piece like that just broke off, and that's why I needed to put those loops that I used the grommets on.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so the pay dirt, the pay dirts had something similar to that until it just broke off. It's like it's just time where the plastic becomes
Yeah.
brittle. For me, it's like I was talking about these, right? The shacks. Like I just love the whole story that it's like you get to use the pump and you pump the side, and it's just the fun of it all of like putting something on, and it's just, and then it had the strap in the back, so you like how tight do you want the ankle support? So I don't know, man. This is just something that also brings back the competition with these guys, right? So it's just a competition between these two.
Hmm.
Oh yeah,
Either
competition.
you're a Reebok fan or you're a Nike fan. And I have came across with people who's like Reebok, and I came across with not debating Nike. So sometimes you just find people that it's like this, I like one or I like the other. So, but you could see the resemblance on both of them, right? So,
Oh
Correct.
yeah.
but Reebok had a really fun thing where it's like the pump, the manual pump on these is so dope. Where it's like it's, it's just a fun sneaker
That's it, right?
to prep for.
Exactly.
Um, I love it, man.
Oh yeah.
Well, listen, I do want to say thank you. I hate to wrap it up, but
Nah, man. I think you're good.
it's been a phenomenal live stream, and again, man, thank you so much for taking the time out of your day and taking some hours away from your family time there to hang out with us tonight. Before you go, is there anyone else, anything else you want to shout out, or anything you have coming up that you want us to keep an eye out for on Instagram or anything?
Well, not necessarily. Just I want to thank the both of you guys. Thank you so much for showing interest. Like I said, in my collection. Great to have you here, Sneaker Hunter, man. Appreciate you hopping on, man. Thank you so much for sharing your collection as well.
Hey,
Um,
but
Area 13. What can I say, man? I wouldn't be in this. I wouldn't be in this one if it wasn't for you. And thank you for your patience and just letting us just keep going and going and going. I know it's your East Coast time right now, and so it's super late. So I totally empathize with it as well. Salute to everybody and Mr. Old School, man. Appreciate all of you that were on here. Thank you so much for my boy Robert Melendez for being on here, man. I haven't heard him for a while, but it's just great to see some people hopping on, and big salute to the Garden Block and people that support me, man. It's just a great feeling that I'm able to demonstrate what I got going on, and anything I can help out, please search for me. It's Big Macadocious, big underscore Macadocious. Search for me by that name, and any questions or things that you might have doubts with wanting to restore. I don't restore personally, but I have done some restorations by doing the investments. Anything I help you out with that can make your life easier, I'm going to do my best to help you out with that knowledge, and just share my experience with all that stuff. Um, God bless, man. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate y'all.
Appreciate it. Chat, thank you so much, everyone that came through tonight. Too many people to count, but a lot of you stayed almost 5 hours. So thank you, man. God, appreciate it, man. A lot of fun. I don't see everyone. Everyone have a great end of 2024, and got a lot of great stuff coming in 2025. So look for great things from three of us. And again, everyone, thank you. I hope we all have a great night.
and make sure you subscribe to Area 13 and smash that like button. Support is free.
There you go.
And on that
There you
note,
go.
we're out.
Cheers, y'all. Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's, everybody.